owns some of the cemetery plots behind Wakefield.
Right.
But they don't know which one.
But it is, the records got lost. I talked to, I don't know if you remember my Uncle Pete too. You know Pete Miles? He got some that's sitting there, the same lady. I went out to the nursing home, he's telling me a lot of those records got kind of confused there towards the end.
My dad got one out there.
They have he has a whole segment.
But you know, we didn't use
Right.
that. So I went out there trying to find out what the lot was. 'Cause I was like, I'll sell it or do something. They said they can't find it. Let's bring this meeting to order. The Board of Commissioners work session, September 21, 2023. First, we will need the approval of the agenda. Thank you, Commissioner Louts. Second, thank you, Commissioner Hart.
You want to call me Wall, I know.
Commissioner Paxer.
Before we vote, I'd just like to point out that we have yet to start discussing our clerk position, and that needs to be done with a sense of urgency. So I'd like to see this on our next work session agenda so that we can really make sure that we get this position hired as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
You mean the work session or retreat next week? Because we have a retreat next week. Mini retreat?
If there's room for it. I know that the retreat schedule is being compressed a little bit with, well, possibly.
Yeah, I have some information that I need to resend everyone and ask for comments concerning their input, and then we can move forward with the job description.
Okay.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. FY24 quarterly reports. Police. Chief.
Good afternoon. I would like to embarrass my 18-year-old son real quick by wishing him a happy birthday. It's very rare that we have meetings on important family days, but today is one of them, so we can sing. I'm just kidding.
I will sing. I mean, I'm down though, like, let's see.
I can't believe I have an 18-year-old as my baby. Thank you for having me here tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and give some end-of-year information as it relates to different data that we monitor, but also in terms of some of the projects that we've taken on in the last year. Some of the information that you're going to see tonight will look familiar. In January, I came before you with end of calendar year information. So some of the statistics will look familiar, though they'll be a little bit different because now we're looking at a July to June timeframe versus calendar year that you heard about in January. As always, calls for service is one of the primary data points that we track and monitor on a very regular basis. We've seen steady increases in calls for service over the last 4 fiscal years, some of that related to growth, and some of that related to change in expectations for the officers. But 911 generated calls are a good way for us to monitor progress that is not self-initiated. And I thought it would be neat to throw up some statistics, really stealing this from Chris Perry, to see how we compare to some of our neighbors. So in 2020, that 8441, that's a fairly accurate number. We were not recording security checks, foot patrols as a call for service in 2020 when I came here. So that 8441 is a good representation of the 911 generated calls, people calling and needing our assistance and help on something. And over the last 3 years, we've seen about a 10% increase in 911 calls for our department. And just wanted you to be able to take a look. As you see, Zebulon, 26, that's 26 police officers. Knightdale has 39. Wendell actually has 25. I updated that slide today, but your presentation was already put together. And so when you look at the number of calls per officer, Zebulon is busy. Our officers are busier than our peers. So Rollsville has about 110 calls per officer, Youngsville 210, Wendell 260, Knightdale 210. And Zebulon officers are averaging 335 calls per officer each year. I mentioned that when I started in 2020, we did not track security checks, foot patrols in this manner, but we've seen a significant increase in those as well. So again, this would be related to change in expectations. I firmly believe that the more proactive efforts we make, the stronger an impact we have on crime rate. So in 2021, about a third of our calls for service were self-initiated activities, that being traffic stops, security checks, foot patrols, and we've increased to 72% in the last fiscal year. A very intentional strategy that we think impacts crime rate. So I am going to take a good bit of time here on this slide to point out a couple of things. First, I want to explain what the numbers mean. If we look at the 2023 data, there are about 31 property crimes, the orange, 31 property crimes per 1,000 people. And since we're right at 10,000, we had about 310 burglaries, larcenies, motor vehicle thefts, and arsons. An overwhelming majority of them being larcenies, and you've heard me say before, construction theft being a big one for us, and then Walmart. Walmart absolutely drives our crime rate. When they have a loss prevention officer who is very assertive and stays busy, then our crime rate appears to be a little bit higher than it would if they did not have a strong person in that role. So now looking down at the blue, that 4.01, we had 4 violent crimes per 1,000 people, so that's 40, about 40 crimes against persons, and for us, an overwhelming majority of those being assaults, and most of those assaults are family-related or domestic. So I do want to take note that as you look at the trend from 2020 to 2023, we have seen an overall decrease in crime in the last 4 years. And most notably, looking at the blue section from 2020 to 2023, our violent crime rate has been cut in half. And I'm pleased with this. Last year, I came to you about this same time after summer, and I was worried about our violent crime rate because we had several notable incidents. I still think there's a need in our community. I still think that there is the need for strong mentors in our community for some of these families that are lacking father figures, and so I'll say once again, I know that they are, because I see it happening, men in our community stepping up to put themselves in positions to be role models for our community. Before we get off of this page, I do want to point out how we compare to our state and Wake County. When you look at 2022 was the most recent information I can find. It typically takes a year for data to be in print, so I wouldn't expect to have 2023 data until later this year, and that would be calendar year data. But if you look at 2022, we're fairly close to the state average. A little bit high, but fairly close to the state average. We are not close to Wake County's average. And we definitely have a higher crime rate in general, and if you break them out into violent and property crime, Knightdale is seeing more crime than our neighbors here in Wake County.
Zebulon?
What did I say, Knightdale? Yeah. Lord, I'm sorry. Zebulon.
May I ask a quick
Sure.
question? So the FY20 numbers, I know that across the US, we saw a lot of certain types of crime spike with, during COVID.
Yeah.
Is that, are these numbers taking into account that some of this is the COVID spike?
So typically the way that we look at how we compare ourselves is to a 3-year average. And because you have to take into account those unusual occurrences, and 2020 being the whole year an unusual occurrence. When you take like the 2018, 19, 20 data and compress it, or the 21, 20, or 20, 21, 22 data, we're still seeing a significant decrease. So yes, COVID provided some anomaly data as it relates to crime, but it isn't that far off from where we were in the years preceding COVID.
Okay, thank you so much.
So in response to the crimes reported, I can tell you that we're still solving crime at a significantly higher rate than both the state average and the national average. In the last 4 years, the number of cases that we investigate have gone up 38%. So we were at 804 in 2020, and we're at over 1,100 now. But our clearance rate is staying right around that 60% mark, and it's phenomenal. It is a testament to the ability of our staff in their investigative capabilities, but also to the relationships with community, because we cannot do this on our own, and it really does take people in community being willing to cooperate with law enforcement, and we have good relationships. So I think that is one of the reasons we have a higher clearance rate than across the state. Of course, we always talk about minimum staffing. As we continue to grow at this rapid pace, minimum staffing and response time are things that we're going to continuously monitor to make sure that we're providing the best service possible, but also taking into account how that impacts our workforce. Minimum staffing has stayed fairly consistent over the last 3 years. In the last year, dropping a little bit, and this isn't actually telling the whole story. We got 2 grant positions last year and had to use them for patrol functions more than we wanted to. Ideally, we want the traffic unit and the K-9 officers focusing on traffic issues and problem areas within our community, but when we have vacancies like we do, which you'll hear about that in a little bit, when we have officers in training and court on holiday, we do pull them from special operations because we have to fulfill that very basic need of being able to respond to the 911 calls. So 38% is not where I'd like to be. I'd rather be around 20-25%. It's room for growth. Response time, you've heard me talk about this repeatedly over the last couple of years. Studies show that if law enforcement can get on scene in less than 5 minutes, the chances of making an arrest are much better, much more significant. Our goal was to be able to respond to emergency calls in less than 4.5 minutes. We've consistently missed that mark. You've heard me talk about maybe changing our goal so that the goal isn't 4.5 minutes, but maybe 6 minutes is more realistic. I don't want to go with what's realistic. I want to go with what's going to be impactful for our community. And so 4.5 minutes is what we'll continue to strive for. And then you've heard me say often that a major, I guess, tenet of our policing philosophy is community engagement. And I have this same conversation with every applicant that I meet. The expectation for you getting out and engaging community in non-enforcement ways is high. If you're the kind of officer who just wants to like jump from call to call to call, make arrests and take bad guys to jail, this is not the community for you. We have high expectations for community engagement with goals of having quality engagements at least an hour and a half every day, which ends up being about 550 hours a year, and we well surpassed that in FY23. So a couple of program updates. We hired our police planner in January. The planner is responsible for both the evidence function and accreditation, but accreditation is one of my major goals. And so I will provide updates for you on that periodically. He had a big evidence project when he first got here, and we needed to get to a point where we did a full audit, like full hands-on, touch every piece of evidence in the evidence room, and we're close to having that completed. But he has been working on accreditation. I think I shared with you a couple of months ago that we were selected as the first agency to do a grant project with the North Carolina Department of Justice, and we had an accreditation mentor assigned to us. David Gregory's been working with a mentor from another agency. He has created or revised policies associated with the evidence function, and he's got us into compliance with all of the evidence standards. What I would like to do is be able to come to you with a percentage every time I report out on accreditation, letting you know what kind of progress we've made towards accreditation. So our goal is to have our on-site assessment in December of 2025, and we're about 10% there right now. So it's a slow process, a full revision of our entire policy manual, and some procedural changes that will take place along the way, and we're around, right at 10% right now.
So realistically, what kind of time frame are we looking at?
December 2025, we expect to have our on-site assessment, and then we would be going for an accreditation award in the spring of 26.
Perfect. Thank you.
Last year, we were granted 2 GHSP positions, Governor's Highway Safety, and they've been in place for about 6 months. I think they've been making some remarkable progress. You guys hear from your constituents all the time, the traffic issues. We're experiencing more crashes now than ever. But while our population has increased 15% over the last year, crashes are up only 6%. And so what that tells me is that we're making progress in educating our community, but we're also making progress with the enforcement. The facts are speed is a major contributor to crashes in Zebulon, and our speed enforcement is up 300% over 2020. So that means we're spending a lot more dedicated time on speed enforcement. Last year, you approved flock cameras, and they were installed. We have 2 cameras that were installed on Arundel at the overpass right here, one on either side of the overpass. And I wanted to tell you about a success story, because on the day they were installed, our officers took a report for a sex offense that occurred at a gas station. And all they had was a vehicle description, no tag, just the description. And they were able to run that vehicle description through Flock. We identified a vehicle, we identified the driver, and we were able to make charges in a sex offense on the very first day of having these cameras in operation. A couple of weeks later, another sex offense story, the same offender, but on a different vehicle, same kind of situation. We had a vehicle description. We were able to run it through Flock Analytics and came up with, or identified the same suspect in a second sex offense. So they're working and they are impacting, having positive impacts on victims in our community. Career development was also a major project for us in 2023. Throughout the year, we processed over 20 applications for promotion along the career ladder. And this has made significant impacts on the compression within the police department. Chief Perry has described what compression looks like on a ladder when you have the employees so closely placed along that ladder with their salaries. The career development program allowed us to open up that ladder, and there's gaps now between salaries. And it has made major impacts on morale as it relates to pay. You'll hear more about how we need to maintain that spread. I'll hold off on that. We're going to have to make some adjustments to starting salary in the coming year. And if we adjust starting salary, you have to adjust the salaries along the way, or you go right back into that compression situation. So you'll hear more about that from me as we come to you with budget presentations later in the year.
Will this be budget adjustments?
Within the year? No, okay. It'll be for next year's budget.
Okay, thanks.
Lastly, some of you were there, thank you for coming, but last Friday we retired Canine Rhino. He was diagnosed with hip dysplasia earlier in the summer and can no longer serve as a working police dog. Rhino's been with us for 4 years. That is not the ideal lifespan for a police canine. Ideally, we'd want to be getting about 8-9 years out of a police dog. And for the expense that we put out, you want to get a quality piece of equipment. So these canines are vetted before they ever come into our custody, before we ever purchase them. But he passed all veterinary exams. The hip dysplasia should have been identified. It was not. We're talking with our local vet about what we will do when we order a new dog in the coming months. So just to throw another bit of information at you, next month in October, we will be requesting a budget adjustment to fund a new police canine, the training that is associated with that, and the kennel and housing that will be associated with assigning a new canine to a new handler. Total cost on that is about $15,000. We applied for a grant with the U.S. Police Canine Association, and we were awarded $7,500. So we've got the first half covered and hope that y'all can help us out with the second half.
One quick question for that. Is there a cost associated to the officer in any shape, form, or fashion when he becomes a canine? I mean, when they board him or whatever it may be, say family going on vacation, is there a cost associated with that officer anyway?
So ideally, no. If the officer were to go on vacation and we had to board him, the police department would pay for it. Oftentimes, we're able to work something out with other canine handlers where they're checking in at the house and taking care of them. But realistically, there are costs associated because they buy them a pup cup or a toy or whatever. I mean, they end up spending their own money in some form or fashion.
I was just, thank you, just in reference to the boarding aspect of things and medical
Yeah.
care for it. Okay.
I can't think of a time since I've been here where we've had to pay for boarding. If anybody's done vacation, they've worked it out with other canine officers and family helping to care for them.
Okay, thank you.
So I looked through the budget and the stuff that the police dog, the canine officer, that budgeting is a little bit unclear for me. Do we provide like preventative maintenance, wellness checks, all of that for the canine officers, just kind of like how we have a wellness program for the rest of our employees? Do we have any kind of preventative stuff available for them? I know that this instance with the hip dysplasia was kind of something that just wasn't caught by the breeder, I'm assuming, or the kennel. But could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we have a canine line in our budget, and it is for veterinary services and food. And then if something came along like the boarding, it would come out of there as well. The dogs go to the vet more often than my pets ever did. So yeah, they're there for wellness reasons, but they're there when there's issues as well. We had one of the dogs like broke a tooth. I don't know if it was last year or this year, but they see them for problem issues as well.
And I know that there are medical insurance, pet medical insurance policies out there, but I don't know that that would necessarily apply to us because we're using that animal in a different way. It's not a pet, but
Yeah,
are there
they do. Yeah,
insurance
there are
programs?
insurance programs for working dogs. Familiar with that from working in another agency. It's about $50 to $70 a month. And I think it would have helped us out in a situation like this where a significant medical issue forced us to surplus this piece. I hate to say piece of equipment because people don't like it when you talk about animals that way, but that's what it is for us, that we had to replace this piece of equipment earlier than usual. So I do think that the insurance could be a viable option for us, and it's not terribly expensive.
Could I make a request, maybe if the board is in agreement, that we take a look at what that would mean to get that type of medical insurance for our canine units? Thoughts?
I like the idea. I know I have it on my pets, so.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Cool.
What do we, okay, once he retires, where actually does the animal go to? Where he goes to that officer, or how does that work?
So in October, there will be, or I will request that you enter into a memorandum of understanding with Officer Sergeant Dobson, where he will purchase the dog for $1 and he will go home with Dobson to be a pet. In 2000, I'll tell too much information probably. Prior to 2000, it was not unusual for working dogs to be euthanized when they were no longer of service, both in the military and in policing. There was a presidential order that requires that you adopt them out when possible. Some working dogs are not adoptable. Rhino is very adoptable. So it would be appropriate for him to go home to the family that he's been with for the last 3 years.
Is there any, I guess, way for us to say a situation like this occurred where we, signed off, or whoever signs off saying that the dogs are okay, and then we found out there's something wrong? Do we have any, I guess.
Liability?
Like
Yeah.
a recourse back
Yeah.
to,
Yeah.
so you got as a bad product type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Would be a question best posed to our attorney. I don't know what the answer to that would be.
Maybe we can get information from our attorney on that, because it seems like, you know, if they're saying that, this is like a, I guess, for better words, a warranty or whatever, you know, that we purchased this, and then later on, it's not feasible for us to continue. It seems like there should be some kind of recourse, I would think.
And the memorandum, or how things used to be with euthanizing the dogs was because they required so much specific attention? Is that the reason why? Or, like, they had to be stimulated in certain ways and worked in certain ways even after, you know, they're done working for the police agency
Yeah.
itself?
I don't know what the purpose of the mandate was in 2000.
Okay.
I will tell you that as we prepared for Rhino's retirement last week, and I researched best practices for retiring working dogs, there was very little information on what would be in the best interest of the dog. I think we know, like, as human beings, the longer we can be mentally stimulated, the better, as we get into older age and such. And I think that dogs are the same way. He cannot be physically engaged the way that he has been. And there are days when Dobson can absolutely tell, like, it's not a good day for him to be physical. And then there are days where you can tell he's feeling better. So I think you lean a lot on the handler in knowing their dog. All right, last bit of information is related to personnel updates. Sergeant Dustin Dobson took on his role last week. Several of you there for the promotional ceremony. We were excited to share that with his family, and we're excited to see where he will go in carrying our mission forward. I should have done it the other way around. Tavon Howard took on the role of our Special Operations Sergeant. So Tavon will be leading the canine and traffic units, and he left the Detective Sergeant position. So Jason Bridges has moved into the Detective Sergeant position. Then Dobson takes Jason's position. I should have done a little different. So I want to talk just a few minutes about the vacancies that we've had for an extended period of time here, and also give you a little foresight to what I'll be sharing with you as part of our budget message. In April, I came in here bragging about how we were the only agency in Wake County that was fully staffed, and 2 days later, had a resignation. Officer Rodriguez went back to the agency that he came from, and we have had that vacancy since April. We advertise through traditional means like Indeed, NeoGov, but we also advertise through professional organizations, social media, and such. And since April, we have had over 3,700 hits to our job advertisement on NeoGov, but we only got 21 applications. And so there's a story being told there that they are looking for police jobs. They look at Zebulon and then they do nothing with it, because I believe we are not competitive with our market. And so part of what you will hear from me is raising that starting salary, and making adjustments that reverberate throughout the organization so we don't create that compression. I'm also working with Joe and Lisa right now to evaluate how a residency incentive can be impactful. Many agencies right now are offering signing bonuses. And as we got into a discussion about signing bonuses, Joe asked the question, is it beneficial to have officers living in town? And it is absolutely beneficial to have a police car sitting in one of our neighborhoods here in town. We only have 2 officers who live in town right now. Some of that has to do with, especially my generation, not wanting to play where you work or to live where you work. And I shared this story with Joe in our monthly meeting. I have 2 boys, y'all know that. When I was married, my husband was a police officer as well, and I can very clearly recall one Sunday morning being in Walmart, the 4 of us, and Jeff saying, take the kids out to the car. If I've shared this with you, I apologize. But there was a risk to my family on Sunday morning Walmart shopping. And a lot of police officers just aren't willing to have that impact their families that way. So what can we do to incentivize officers coming to live in town? One meaningful way might be to offer a residency incentive, and especially for younger families, inviting them to Zebulon and covering the cost of the first several months of rent could be a great way to get more people, one, interested in coming to Zebulon because of the bonus, but also coming to live in our community. So it's something we're investigating, and you will hear more about probably in the coming months. So that's the end of my presentation, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, comments from the board? Commissioner Laux?
One question with 2 parts. Of the crime we're having, how many of those people are, what I'm going to say, old Zebulon versus new Zebulon? I don't know if we track that. And number 2, are we having juvenile crime or adult crime?
Yeah. I think there's a good combination of the old Zebulon and the new. And I think that we are consistently dealing with juvenile crime. Our juvenile justice system is overrun right now and woefully understaffed. I talked with a peer this afternoon. A bigger story. Right now, it's taking about 2 months to get new hire packets back from the state saying, yes, they can be certified and go to work for you. It used to be 2 weeks. Right now, it's 2 months. And one of the reasons that it is 2 months is that the juvenile justice system is so badly understaffed that they have to be the priority right now. So when packets come in for employment applicants for the juvenile justice system, law enforcement gets put aside. They can't manage the workload. And so for that reason, a lot of the kids are being returned to the community when that's maybe not in the best interest of community. And we're dealing with the same people over and over and over again.
You mentioned that Walmart was one of our higher crime rates. It would be interesting, is that because of, some of that may be because of the location and it's an easy target for transportation-wise, and if those crimes are being committed by that population of folks just passing through this on crime spree or whatever.
Yeah, I do think a lot of it, not a lot of it, I do think some of it comes down to location, but you go to any community that has a Walmart and larcenies are significantly impacting their crime rate, any community. For us, in terms of the location, you approved 2 additional flock cameras for this year's budget, and we put the purchase order in for them last week. We do have them scheduled to go in out at the Gannon 264 area to help with such things. And I also wanted to mention, I failed to discuss this earlier, one of the downtown merchants has donated 2 cameras that have the license plate reading technology that Flock has. It's a different system, but they're donating it in full, and they will be installed in the downtown area because it was a downtown merchant to make the donation. And that will significantly impact our ability to monitor crimes or incidents that occur in the downtown area.
With that said, would that control only be with our police department, or would that downtown person that business have some access to those cameras as well?
No, they've essentially given us the product. We'll be deploying it. We'll be accessing it. The business won't have access.
Okay. How will we kind of like the citizens know that those cameras are there? I know some of them you have signs that, I know in Weaver's Pond we have signs that Flock camera here, whatever. Will we do the same thing down there, downtown?
No. Weaver's Pond purchased those cameras, and
Okay.
Weaver's Pond chose to advertise them.
Okay.
I don't have an advertising plan in mind. They should pay attention to their city council meetings. Realistically, they're up on a pole, and we're not trying to keep them covert, but I haven't given thought to advertising with any kind of signage.
Okay. The police planner, I didn't catch the name, Chief, as well. You may have said it, but I didn't know. The police planner?
David Gregory.
Okay, I did write that down. Okay, gotcha. And one last question that I get a lot from the citizens is this: what steps are we taking to kind of potentially diversify the current police department where it reflects what we see in our community? What steps are we taking there, Street?
Yeah. So ideally, we would like a police department that mirrors our community. The reality of that is minority applications are fewer than white applications, and that happens in a grand majority of jurisdictions. We advertise with minority organizations. Ideally, we should be making, or we are making, long-term efforts at recruiting by the community connections that we make. Hopefully, as the detective division is going into the elementary schools and giving presentations there, they're influencing a 7-year-old who thinks about being a cop one day. And we hope that those kinds of relationships have an impact. But more immediate to what we have going on now with recruiting, it's going to the community colleges and talking to applicants who haven't been picked up from other agencies, word of mouth, trying to get out into diverse communities. I'll share with you now that we're getting ready to do interviews for police applicants, and 60% of them are minorities. So some of what we're doing is being impactful.
Okay. Thank you. With that said, I'll just give you applause too. I think you guys met the 30% 20 by 2030 for your female officers.
We're working on
awesome.
it.
Working on it, getting close. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And just as a comment on, with the new Wake Tech coming on board, with a lot of their technology, hopefully that will make an impact on our law enforcement recruitment also. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much.
Next quarterly report, FY24, Parks and Rec. Long.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. Thank you for having me this evening to share information about fiscal year 2023 and just some general updates for Parks and Recreation. So you've seen this slide many times, and it's just a reminder that as we move forward as a department, the decisions that we make, the proposals that we bring before the board, they tie directly to Zebulon 2030, your strategic plan, your focus areas, and the vision that was adopted in the Parks and Rec master plan. And you do have vision goals that were adopted in that plan, and they do all have a direct tie to your focus areas of your strategic plan. So our Parks and Rec Advisory Board initiated and raised funds for financial aid program. It has long been the practice of the Parks and Rec Department that finances would not be a hindrance. We would always find a way to work with community members that wanted to participate in something but didn't have the funding. But not having a program that we could actually advertise and promote and truly initiate made that a little bit more difficult to do. So we were really excited to be able to work with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board to initiate that process. To date, funds distributed in fiscal year 2023 was $710. We currently have it's going to be less than $599 now, because I know we've distributed some for the rec league since I created this PowerPoint slide, but just under $600, between $500 and $600 is what we currently have in that balance. And so our Parks and Rec Advisory Board, they're excited and looking forward to continuing to raise funds. That's a project that they seem to still be behind and want to still be the driving force to maintain this effort. So we're really thankful for that. And if you know anyone that could utilize support from the financial aid, it is available on our website, but they can also give us a call in our office, and we would love to help them. To date, you have collected $4,097,000 in recreation impact fees. That is tremendously impactful. The reality is that will not go far when it comes to building parks. And so it's very important that we're mindful in how we move forward in allocating those. We're mindful to remember that they are for one-time expenses. They are intended to not be renovation. They are to be used for new amenities. So the justification for collecting the impact fees is to minimize the impact on your existing levels of service due to the growth of population in your community impacted by the new dwelling that has been permitted in the community. We highly recommend that we start conversations, and I would like to do that over the next month with our board, that we look to acquire land. Land is only going to continue to increase. Our master plan identified target areas for future neighborhood parks. We have funds from the recreation impact fee to start moving in that direction. And so we would really like to work with our board and talk with our board about that being a really good next step in our impact fees. Our neighborhood parks will be important to serve a lot of these new communities, because these new communities are more on the outskirt of your traditional Zebulon area, and the identified neighborhood parks are in those areas as well. And so by creating those spaces, you're going to take some of the burden off of your existing parks, which is the intent of the impact fee.
How much land are you anticipating for each of the parks?
Yeah, so a neighborhood park, just on average, is about 5 acres. It's really going to depend on the parcel, its shape, its environmental concerns that you may run into. There are some potential partners that we're considering as we look to acquire land, and so we'll talk about that a little bit here in a second. Any other questions about the impact fee? All right.
While you're there,
Yes.
one number I hear, each new home. I get a number, the number is different each time. Is it actually $6,000 or what actually is that from each new home potentially that we get?
Yeah,
That's
so
probably about six.
the adopted fee is $3,000 for a single-family unit,
Okay.
$2,500 for multifamily. So that fee was adopted in your recreation impact fee
Correct.
study and in your fee schedule. So every year it's readopted.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So the department currently manages 165 acres of parkland and open space. In fiscal year 2023, we've added 6 acres. That 6 acres, while the town decides what it wants to do officially with some of this additional property, but right now we're counting it as parkland because we maintain it. It's the soccer field up to Arundel Avenue. So we're having to utilize that to play soccer anyway. We've currently got 3 soccer fields that we're using. And I think that's a great example because our soccer program, and I'll show you the numbers in a minute, are exploding. And we're having to get extremely creative on how we place and where we place our soccer program and how we schedule those things. Soccer is tremendously hard on turf. If it goes for an extended period of time without being managed and kept in line, it takes a long time to recover, and it is very expensive. We've got some areas that were played so hard for so many years, it's so compacted that we need to go in and strip probably about 1.5 inches of the ground and come back with more topsoil to really get it back to a playing surface. But some of those areas are just played so hard, it would be back to that immediately because they're not in a place that can be managed to keep the play off of it. It's expected, or currently in process, in fiscal year 24, we've got downtown acquisition of 0.86 acres. The Whitley Park expansion is just over 1 acre. We have some information that we want to start talking with the board about in a partnership with Wake County. There are some properties that they are purchasing or in the process of purchasing to conserve, but there would be benefit to our community, and we would really like to talk with you about those parcels and the interest that we would have moving forward. The next item that we just discussed were the neighborhood parks, and we would like to put a focus on that and get some direction from the board, but that's all to be determined on the extent of which we move forward with that. We currently have just over 1.5 miles of greenway. You have under construction or approved planned greenway outside of that 1.5 of about 3.8 miles. Our youth athletics by season, so you've seen this with the exception of the fall numbers. So I was able to share very similar charts with you for the budget year because we had the spring numbers in by the time we did our budget presentation. What we saw in the totality of last fiscal year's participation, we saw a 20% increase in our athletics over the previous year. What is unique for us in the fall season usually trails behind the growth of your spring season and in participation of your spring season. Last year, our fall soccer program only saw a 3% increase over the previous year, despite the 20% over the entire year. This fall, we saw a 33% increase in participation. So we expect, I'm not going to say it's going to continue to be a 33% increase over the winter and the spring necessarily, but we are expecting to continue a significant increase with that said. Yes?
So what this looks like to me is that perhaps our community is embracing soccer more than any of the other sports, and that we might need to go back to our Parks and Rec master plan and revision a little bit and perhaps rethink the baseball tournament complex area and maybe make some decisions. Would it be better for us to move in a more soccer forward direction instead? And I mean, for me, when I think about what that would mean for the community, is that instead of just having an area that is servicing one sport, that those soccer areas could potentially also host field hockey, should we ever care about it, or lacrosse, should that become a thing, or pee-wee flag football, all in the same area, and that would be multiple sports. So could we maybe think about that a little bit as we go down this road and kind of see how sports is shaken out for our town?
Yeah, I think there's several great points there. So our master plan gives us direction of which to head, but it is very clear in standard practice, as you've seen with Little River Park, and when you go to do substantial redevelopment of a park, you want to work with the community, you go back to the community, you do look at your master plan because you want to stay consistent with your vision and goals and the direction of your master plan, but you do work with your community and you take a look at who we are now. That's part of why we're doing the How We Play community engagement now, is to get more feedback from the community, because we are growing so rapidly. We are seeing a change in how our community recreates, getting more impact there, but information there. But when we get ready to redevelop community park and expand community park, that is absolutely something we'll want to do, is look to the community. What are the things that we're seeing? Is one, we have our stats, we know what we're seeing, but also ask our community, what do you want? So there'll be opportunities just like with Little River Park to engage the community. The current plan tries to centralize our key sports, and so it includes the baseball wheel, but it does include a soccer complex behind that. That would require acquisition of land. Whether or not we're able to achieve that is to be determined. There may be other areas, other properties that might not even be community park, where we could expand our programming. And so those are opportunities we'll want to continue to look at. There are also things that we should look at lighting on our fields. None of our soccer fields have lighting. So we are very limited to just daylight. And there are certain times, once you get to a certain point in the fall, even the games that we have scheduled start to run up against not having light. So we're talking about, do we utilize light trees to hold us over until we can afford to light our fields? I want to say, I was talking to Nick, I think it was this week, it might have been last week, about what it would cost to light one soccer field, and some of the estimates that we were able to obtain, I think it was about $100,000. Like, if we were to light the soccer field here, it's about $100,000.
And what's the cost of a light tree to do that?
Chris, what's a light tree cost?
And then we could use that in other locations should we need it, like for events.
Yeah, and it would take multiple light trees.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the operation of them. So there's a lot of things you'd want to take into consideration in weighing how you want to do that. You've seen some communities put in artificial turf that has its pros and its cons. You don't have the wear and tear, but there are some other concerns you might run into. So that's also something that, as we move forward, that we could look into if we want to have some artificial turf surfaces versus others. Our summer camp, so I felt in this particular case, it was really important to show you both the fiscal year and the annual summer. So if you're like me, I think of a summer not on a fiscal year. But I think it tells, if you look at it on the calendar year, looking at our summer camp registration tells a totally different story than looking at the fiscal year. So our fiscal year, over 2023, 2022, you did see an increase. the summer camp for this current year had a 77% increase over last summer. We attribute a lot of that to our growth. The other side of that is we looked really hard at what our master plan was telling us, what the community was telling us in the surveys. We looked at which of our camps were maxing out, which ones had big wait lists, and so some of these camps you saw us offer multiple times because we couldn't meet the demand last year. So some of our camps might have lower attendance. They're still very, very valuable, and so we don't want to completely lose those. But some of them that struggle to make year to year, we're going to have to find different ways to offer those because there is a demand in our community to participate. And a lot of your science type programs have high level of interest. Some of our art programs have high level of interest, and our swim camps have high level of interest. So yes, Amy was extraordinarily busy. We had a fantastic part-time staff that supported us this year, and we're very appreciative of all of their hard work, all of our instructors, and our partners that help us make our summer camp successful.
Do we still do cooking camps? Because those were super popular, I know, a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really have the facilities to do much of anything, but.
Yeah, so we did utilize, or we did have summer camps last year, not last year, I think it was the previous year. We did them for a couple of years where we had like some baking classes and some like kids in the kitchen type camp. They're just such small numbers, and some of them weren't making, but then we were having to go use the fire department's kitchen. And in the midst of a lot of things going on in some of their renovations, it didn't work out for us this year. But we are looking at some partnerships to be able to expand that type of programming throughout the year and over the summer camp season. Thank you. Thanks. Our fitness participation did increase 28% last year. Let's see, our event attendance increased 41%. Our general programming increased 134%. I will acknowledge that it's a little bit skewed because we count the preschool sensory room in this number, and so I want to be fully transparent in that. If you subtract that participation, it's a 67% increase, which is still over some of the average we're seeing in some of our other programs.
Listen, the bingo doesn't lie.
I know, they love it.
I've gone from when we first started it being like me and 7 other people, and Jackie Strickland and I battling it out. I don't know how you battle it out, it's all random. But now consistently they're having to pull out more tables. Sometimes we see 60 plus people in there. So that kind of programming is extremely popular, and the time change has made a big difference as far as participation. So I think that definitely is something that we're knocking out of the park.
Well, thank you. Another one that we're seeing big numbers, like bigger than we had anticipated, is our nature programming. Those can be hit or miss. Like sometimes you're lucky to have 10 show up. But this past year, for some of those, we were having 90 participants come.
Is this like the Sylvan Park things?
Some of them. We don't bring in Sylvan Heights for all of them.
Oh, Sylvan Heights, sorry.
Yeah, so they come in for a few here and there because they just have access to some resources that just make it really attractive and engaging, and it helps bring awareness to some of our programming. We did some with the North Carolina Museum of Natural Science. We've also done, like Gina Bryant has run some of our nature programming. So we've done a variety of partners. So this next part of the presentation, I wanted to talk to you about staffing. So in 2010, you added a program coordinator position. You were a town of 4,600 people. In 2019 is when the end of 2018 is when I returned to Zebulon in my current role. So that was fiscal year 2019. You're a town of about 6,000 people. You had the same structure, so we had significantly grown in population. You had the same structure. The biggest difference was that in middle of fiscal year 2025, what was the park superintendent, and I've highlighted it in red, was scaled down to a crew leader, had no crew, after years of various budget cuts. So if you'll recall, you had the recession from 2008. The town experienced significant budget concerns about the time of like 2011, I believe, and we lost some funding for various programming for some of our part-time staff, and it continued to trickle for a couple of years. So this is, it had a pretty significant impact in that the expectations of a park superintendent on a park system versus the expectation of what a crew leader is were very different. When that position became vacant and you were hiring for a very different position than what you needed, especially as you were preparing for substantial growth. In 2022, I think it's really important that we recognize we had been working on our Parks and Rec Master Plan. Our Parks and Rec Master Plan was a very substantial effort. So we recognized that we were growing extraordinarily rapidly and that we had some operational concerns. That in order for us to not only just keep up with what we currently had, but how do we keep up with what we're expected to grow into? How do we keep up with serving our citizens that are, one, already here, but two, coming tomorrow and then coming the next day and the next day? So we included an operational assessment, and the gentleman that did our operations assessment, when he left, he said he had, in the 20 years that he had been doing this, he had never felt that he needed to write a memo with items of immediate need of attention. That there were some things that we really needed to start working towards that we couldn't wait until our master plan was adopted in order to prepare and be in a position where we could serve our community with the growth that we were seeing, the demand that we were seeing. And we were very blessed. The board supported that communication and helped us start to begin to put ourselves in that position prior to adopting the master plan. But a lot of the changes that you've seen are direct results of the master plan that was adopted, that recognizes the needs assessment, the program needs assessment that was done with our master plan, with the operations assessment, as well as the park development assessment. And so with that, we established divisions. So you have your administrative division, you have your parks and athletics division, you have your recreation division as well. And so having this structure helps us to really divide and conquer as we move forward with our master plan. It also allows us to be very intentional in how we approach projects in our community and how we serve our community. We reorganized the recreation division because everything was very, very lateral. We had already started the reorganization of the parks and athletics. At this point, we had already moved some of the positions, and that was in your support as we were responsive to that initial operations finding. But we reorganized the recreation division. We created the manager position that is still a programmer, but oversees and makes sure that we are moving forward with that master plan as it pertains to recreation side, and that we're evaluating appropriately, providing proper guidance to the program coordinator as well. In 2023, we continue to grow. So we were about, it really all depends on how when you pull the number. So in 2022, 7,500 people. By 2023, we were about 9,000. And in this, we were able to acquire a parks maintenance worker. We had a series of part-time employees that we relied on. We're limited into what we could ask them to do, how long we could work them. There were a lot of concerns with continuing to rely on part-time service. And so y'all supported us transitioning that to full-time. We completed another reorganization of our maintenance division. And this is recognizing that we needed to continue that proper structure, we needed to continue the growth opportunity, we needed to continue to prepare for that growth that we know is coming down the pike. So we had that big operational structure that was adopted in your master plan. We needed to continue to prepare for that. And also give us some opportunity. So just as you've heard with fire, you've heard with the police department, you need opportunity for people to feel that they can advance and that you can hire, when you put positions out and we want to hire a parks maintenance worker in the future, that there's opportunity that they feel that they can grow in a position, or that you could hire a little bit more skilled employee at a higher rate, and we could pay them for those additional skills as well. And so this structure is working extraordinarily well for us, and we're really happy to have been able to implement this last year. This year, we were able to return to the athletics coordinator. That is a full-time dedicated programming position. If you'll recall the structure I showed you in 2010 and 2019, you had 3 dedicated programmers. Up until 2024, after that, we, I guess I'll share, in 2020, when COVID hit and athletics came to a grinding halt, we had extraordinary need in our parks. Parks and athletics go very well together. We transitioned, we had to transition our athletics coordinator to more of a parks and athletics manager. So it served as like a part-time athletics coordinator and oversaw our parks. And that is a huge workload, especially with the growth that we were seeing. So we were very thankful that Nick was able to handle that for us. We are now returning to the same level of dedicated programming staff in fiscal year 2024 that you had in fiscal year 2019. And I will say we are tremendously thankful for the amount of work that our programming staff does. But it's not just our programming staff. As with the adopted master plan, we recognize that we're not always the answer to everything, and that partnership is tremendously important. And so we have far increased a lot of our participation. We do a whole lot more programming than we were doing in the past, and we did it with less staff. But we also were able to do that because we have extraordinary partners, and that we put a heavy emphasis on that in order for us to serve our community. And so I think that it's worth recognizing our programming staff for what they've been able to do. I can't wait to see what they continue to do and to continue to identify partners to offer services to our community. We also have funded the Community Center Recreation Assistant. As you know, we have maintained that front desk with part-time staff and a mix of part-time staff, and having that consistency. This position will also help with some of the programming. It won't just be a full dedicated programming person, but we are looking forward to getting that filled. We did not get funded the facility maintenance worker this year. It is a very high priority for our department. We are seeing an increase in use of our park system substantially. Our bathrooms are getting used very heavily. We have relied on a mix of part-time staff and contracted support to keep our facilities clean and maintained, and we hit a point this summer that our use of a cleaning contractor just wasn't keeping up with the demand and the need that we were seeing in our park system. So we brought somebody on part-time, started to get them training, and immediately you could see an increase in the level of care to our bathrooms and our park spaces. Attention to detail has improved. We still have room to grow, but we're limited into how we can work. Our part-time staff. But one thing that you can't take for granted, and what we have experienced, and now we have since, we are no longer under contract for any cleaning of our park restrooms. But what we have noticed is the employees that are cleaning these spaces, we actually have them report to our office suite. And we are able to have great conversations. And when these employees are leaving, they are our eyes and ears in our parks, all of our parks, every day. Our parks maintenance crew, they have a huge workload. And to keep up with keeping all the grass cut, keeping lines drawn on or painted on the ball fields, and all the detail work, they can't necessarily put their eyes on every single park every single day. It's just not realistic. But the people picking up our trash, keeping our litter out of our parking lots and in our parks, the ones cleaning the bathrooms, they're there every day. And they're telling us things, they see people, they see situations. There are people living in our parks, not just at one park. We do have them in our bathrooms, multiple bathrooms from time to time. But being able to have that type of communication with an employee that's there, that's creating relationship with these park users or these people that they're encountering in the park, we can train them and provide resources to our staff, because they really do care, to help them work with the police department or other resources when they encounter those situations, to help get people the help that they need. And I think that would be, we'd be remiss to think that this position is just about whether or not we're getting clean. It is far greater than that. And we would love to be able to come to you and find ways to move this position forward sooner rather than later. And foreshadowing, serving a town of 18,000 people, so you've seen this chart for the last couple of years. We continue to update it as we move forward. I've highlighted in green for the next 2 fiscal years what are really priority positions for our department. I think it's important to recognize that as we go through this chart and as we have in the past, some of these positions will be tied to your expansion of new projects as you move forward. But these positions, based on what you've already approved and based on your population growth, these are positions that, regardless of additional projects that you take on, that you should be looking to fund in order to maintain levels of service that you currently offer. So if you look in the box below, a lot of those projects that you see, you're starting your planning for the green spine. You're starting your planning for your neighborhood park. You're starting your planning for the downtown park. If those are projects you move forward with, you're going to see in a couple years the need for additional staff once you build. We are working on community engagement, so we've talked about how we play. We're doing visual preference boards at multiple events. We've done Rock the Block. We had a great participation in September. We're looking forward to more participation at the Rock the Block in October. We'll be getting engagement at the Gill Street Neighborhood Cookout next Thursday. We're also going to be doing focus groups, and we've got a survey and the QR code's up on the screen, but you can also visit our website or follow us on Facebook and you'll see that regularly. We are also working on the Gill Street Playground project. And so when it comes to, and it's not abnormal. There are a lot of communities that do this, but it's not necessarily the standard when you're doing playground renovation projects. But for us, when working with the Gill Street Playground project, going to the community before we begin the design is tremendously important. We want to give the community an opportunity to tell us what types of play are you most interested in, or elements of play is often what you hear in our industry, but also like visually, aesthetically, what are the types of playgrounds that you're interested in. And then just have general conversation and feedback. There may be other ideas. You know, you may want this playground to include more of the like social type spaces versus just heavy on the slide and swing and climbing. So there's just a variety of things that you would want to engage through visual preference. But we've also got a survey that will be coming out soon. But our biggest desire is to get as many, we get great turnout to the Gill Street Neighborhood Cookout and Coat Drive. And a survey, while it will be useful, it is not the primary way to get the community that's going to use this park to engage with us to tell us what they want. So we're really looking forward to moving forward with that.
Will this survey have a question about facilities, bathroom facilities? Because I know that that's been brought up several times, and it seems like for this park especially, there's a need there.
Yeah, so I think that would be a better, like, communication item under the how we play. I mean, I could, but the purpose of the engagement and what I have I don't want to mislead the community in saying that I can, like, right now I have funding for a playground. And that's what we are communicating with this effort. We are funded for this, we're moving forward with this, we want your help in getting it designed. So I don't want to be misleading in that sense. We could ask that question, but I would need to word it very specifically on what other, and I wouldn't limit it to just bathrooms. If you wanted to say what other amenities do you want at this park for consideration, but I think the how we play kind of hits on a lot of that. But I mean, we could put it in the survey as well.
So what part of how we play, because I did take the survey, but I'm not remembering there being a specific restroom or amenity question for Gill Street Park. And maybe I'm just not, because I took it when it first came out, so maybe I'm not remembering.
Yeah, so not having the survey directly in front of me, it does list like your satisfaction with the amenities at specific parks. And then there's a comment area.
So you're hoping that people will comment, we want a bathroom, instead of saying, which of these amenities would you prefer, and having them rank?
And there's also, there's also a question, and I'd have to go back and look, but there should be, I think that there is a question that specifically calls out like amenities in general, like what types of amenities are important to you in a park system. Going back to, we could add a question to the Gill Street Playground. We would just need to be very intentional in how we word it so that it's not misleading that, you know, if y'all all answer yes to this, and we're gonna build it with this project, because I don't have the funding for that. Y'all have not allocated that, nor have y'all let me know that changing our policy on whether or not neighborhood parks include bathrooms, like I don't have that direction. And so I think that the more appropriate route would be, as we continue to invest in Gill Street Park, what types of amenities in general would y'all like to see? And I think that would be an appropriate question to ask rather than just directly saying, do you want bathrooms, if that makes sense? Because there may be other amenities and we need to give them that opportunity.
I think the reason for Commissioner Baker saying that's what we get hit with all the time. I mean, that's literally what we're getting hit with constantly in that area. So we're trying to figure out what we can do. I mean, like I said, with your subject matter expertise, what is that thing we can give our citizens saying, okay, we are seriously taking a look at this. We can assess and figure out what we need to do to get that bathroom there, because like I said, since I've been on the board, I know I've been hit with it 1,000 times. And I know it's something that community wants. So the steps that we need to take, with your input, of course, trying to figure out what we can do to make that happen, if and when.
Yeah, so the visual preference boards and the community engagement includes a board that says like what, you can just provide general comments. And so there is the opportunity to provide that general comment there. And as I just said, we could offer the survey, but I wouldn't limit it to adding a question that says just bathrooms. I think that we would be better served to list a variety of amenities and hear from the community, because while you may be hearing from a group of individuals that want bathrooms, when we really go after what is it that the community wants, you may not hear that that's the #1 priority. There may be other things. I don't know without hearing from the community. And so I think you would be better served by giving them a variety, and they can pick that. And we're not necessarily asking them to say, I want this over this, but what is it that you want? And then we could ask another question that is, which of the three you selected above are your highest priority?
So currently, do we have policies in place to keep us from going in that direction, to make it happen? Is there something that we have that's holding us back, limitations policy-wise for us now as a municipality?
For asking that question,
No, not for asking a question, but for a bathroom there. Is there anything that we can go on?
Yeah, so your master plan establishes a general vision for how we move forward. Your master plan has 4 additional neighborhood parks. The plan did not include or suggest that you build bathrooms at those neighborhood parks. And so I've been very clear in that I'm not saying I'm against neighborhood parks. I've told you what the national standard is. I've told you what your adopted master plan is. If y'all want to change that standard, then you just need to provide me with the information you need to provide you with that direction. But I've told you what the standard is, and I've told you what the master plan says, so I just need direction from y'all if you want to go one way or the other.
Yeah, because the master plan is it's a fluid document. We can change that if needs be. Sheila, I don't disagree with the offering a selection of different amenities. I think that just saying what type of amenities you would like to see can be confusing for people, because some people might not necessarily make the connection that a bathroom would be considered an amenity. So making sure that we have that clearly listed as one of the options, I think would be helpful. So that folks aren't like, well, does an amenity mean that it is a handicap accessible swing, or is an amenity a water fountain, or giving a list of suggestions even, and then allowing, just so that it opens up everyone's creative thinking, so that they can maybe come up with what they truly are looking for on their own. I just think that sometimes amenity is a word that can be maybe misunderstood.
Yeah, I can work with Caleb. He's been helpful to me on some surveys, like how to break stuff up. So I can work with Caleb on some language and how to properly word some of those questions to make sure we properly identify the amenity, what that is. And then we need to break up what is recreation amenity versus what is support amenity. I'm happy to do that, because there's things that, like, I fully support public Wi-Fi in all of our park systems. I would love for us to move in that direction. Those are things that we've talked about. There's technology that I think we talked about this a while back, but there is technology that could be tremendously important to our community as we are growing. There could be things like charging stations for phones, Wi-Fi's, bike racks, bathrooms. There could just be a whole variety of things. I've heard people want security cameras in all of our parks. Is that something that people want? Like, there's a lot of things that we could ask that are outside just what's a basic recreational type amenity versus what is a support amenity. So yeah, I agree.
And then making sure that it translates appropriately into Spanish for that literature.
Yeah. So we would utilize public input, and I'm drawing a blank at the moment how many languages it transcribes to. Caleb, do you recall? Is it 9?
A lot.
Yeah.
And I know that it will transcribe, but will it transcribe effectively? Like, just the word amenity in English might have a translated word, but the meaning is a little bit different. So if we could just get a native speaker for our most used languages in town to put their eyes on it, that would be helpful as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
So our one of our specific focus groups for how we play, we are working with someone that is Spanish speaking, and we'll work with some community partners that relate to our Spanish speaking community. So we'll reach out to them to see if they can just take a look and just make sure everything's good.
Any thoughts about, I know since we got the graveyard right next to the park, it's to include that in some kind of, say, like for a better word, like trail or information historically, like who's here and
Like a
what-
ghost walk,
Did that too? Yeah.
pull in PZ.
I mean, that's definitely something we could reach out to Preservation Zebulon. I think they've done some things regarding Tire Cemetery, but I wasn't prepared for that question, so I'm happy to look into it.
Okay. And I did take the survey, and I did put water fountains and restrooms in there
I second that.
as part of amenities for the park.
Yeah,
I think Commissioner Laux even mentioned in one of our board meetings about a water fountain at the park.
Well, we talked about it before because
Yeah.
it was only one without it.
yeah, and I think it's worth noting, whenever we do this Gill Street neighborhood cookout and Coat Drive, we do direct mailers to that neighborhood, and we included on the direct mailers the QR code to engage with us on how we play. When we have the online survey ready, we'll do a targeted mailing to that community to just make sure that we are getting feedback.
Do we have any conversations with the church that's there? Any input from them on the park?
On this initiative, not to date. We've worked with them off and on over the years, but I don't think we have anything
Just
specific.
curious.
Great opportunity. I can connect. I
Yeah,
connect
abs-
there because actually my uncle's a pastor there, so
Yeah.
it'd be
Yeah.
great to connect you with him and kind of because they are playing. They kind of people are using their facilities just for that park too. So just get you some input on that. at that
Absolutely.
direct.
I'd love that
Yeah,
connection.
Yeah, that'd be a good collaboration.
Yeah. Great idea.
I think this is worth highlighting. This is a great representation of how community works. So there are a variety of different coalitions, lack of a better word for all of them. And this is, I seriously doubt, a list of them all. But due to just limited time and wanting to be respectful of that, I just wanted to talk about a couple of them. So we've been working on the Youth Service Provider Network, trying to figure out how that's going to move forward. You're probably familiar, as a lot of y'all have participated in that from time to time, where we're just bringing people together on a quarterly basis. The last time we met, we brought in Live Well Wake to do a presentation on their program. And the result of that, based on the feedback we got from the participants of that meetup, was that they really wanted to see the Youth Service Provider Network move to the next level. Like, what is the next stage, rather than to continue to just do these learning meetup opportunities, get to know each other. What is the real impact we want to do? How do we want to move forward? How do we prepare ourselves for this growing community? So Live Well Wake agreed to partner with us to continue to move that effort forward. I felt that was tremendously important, as they are the primary health, not health provider, but when it comes to government, the health experts for Wake County, and they have access to a lot of information, data, resources that could be utilized here. But they've also, that Live Well Wake program, if you look at the initiatives, there's a lot of usefulness to Zebulon, and we are currently waiting for them to pull together some data towards the end of the, well, I guess the end of this month is next week. So we meet next week for them to report out some data that they've pulled in so that we can get the directions marching. So examples of that data are like the health of our community, access to affordable housing, and the resources that are available there. So there's just a lot of things that are going to be brought in to this effort, and community resources. And I am extremely excited about where it could go, because there are a lot of unique opportunities. I think I've talked with y'all about Cara Nova. They have this youth mental health framework that they are rolling out. They're in the process of adopting it, and they're going to roll it out. They're looking for pilot communities, and it's funded by the Duke Endowment, and they're looking for pilot communities for this. And so while we were working with them, and they're very interested in working with Zebulon, we wanted to be very conscious of the efforts the county currently has going on, and wanted to make sure that we were bringing them into the table, or bringing them to the table, not into the table, bringing them to the table so that they could be there from the very beginning and make sure that we are working cohesively for the subject matter expert when it comes to government in our area. HAS Zebulon stands for Healthy and Safe Zebulon, so it's a coalition that is focusing solely on drug prevention for youth in this community. It is an initiative being led by Empowered Citizens and the Poe Center. So the Poe Center already has a relationship under, I just drew a blank, the USDA. So they already have a relationship under the USDA to serve as a coalition that fights drug prevention in communities. And so this coalition of community members and service providers are coming together under that umbrella that the Poe Center already has. There's another community coalition, and we met last week, and I can't recall for the life of me what we officially decided as the name. So I'm gonna call it the Community Coalition, but I think the story behind this Community Coalition for tonight is really important. This group of people started and envisioned this coalition based off of the Juneteenth committee. So when we started that effort, it was really important that the community plan that. We had a lot of people that are very interested in Zebulon, want to make an impact in Zebulon. And at the end of Juneteenth, there was lots of discussion about how do we start a coalition that focuses on building up members in our community that don't feel like they have a voice. And so while it may serve all of Zebulon in the services that it provides and the projects and the initiatives that it works on, it does identify specific areas in Zebulon where it wants to work with those communities to build leaders and help train people on how to engage to make their immediate neighborhood, their immediate environment a better place. It could just focus on events, but a lot of times they also focus on economic development and housing and different elements of that nature. So just general things that make a community a community. And so we're so excited for that to be kicking off. We've had our second meeting now. We've been working on a title for the group and mission, vision, and it was really exciting. It was a nice meeting last week. Eastern Wake Food Family is an initiative led by Wake County. So we've worked with them in a varying capacity over the last couple, well, I guess it'll be the last year and a half, I think, that they've been very active in Eastern Wake. This summer, Wakefield Missionary Baptist, I think I got that right. They had a summer feeding program, so we went out twice a week in support of that effort and provided some Rec on the Go activities. We did art, a couple of different things, so we hope to be able to continue to see that program expand and how we can support it. The Eastern Wake Business Alliance, if you know Barnan, that's something that she is heavily a part of, so there's a lot of times you'll see every year they'll come to the community center, they'll do a walkthrough of downtown, we go to their business expos or their truck shows and a couple of different things. So that's a great program all around that Barnan has. There's also the Eastern Wake Community Connections team. This is a new one being led by Gary Haley at Zebulon Elementary School. We unfortunately weren't able to make the last meeting, but we're excited to see how those community partners continue to come together to provide services to the students here in Zebulon.
I'd just like to put a plug in for that one.
Yeah.
That one is really, really taking off and doing some great things for the community. Really is giving people an opportunity to kind of like come in there, meet other citizens, and they're branching out, doing things in the community. That one's a very, very good organization.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's my last slide. So Well, before I say anything else, did y'all have any questions about any of these groups? Yes.
Me, Sheila, is this, I met a couple of youth here. There used to be a youth organization for, I guess, target age that they had in the community before. I think it kind of went away. Is that something you know about, or?
Yeah, so the Teen Council, that was a program so that's a program I started when I worked at the community center. It was originally designed to like get the teens engaged and help make recommendations on things in the community to plan different programs and things of that nature. It transitioned away from that over time, I believe, and it got to be really just another service type organization where they were being prescribed projects to do, and it wasn't serving in that capacity. When 2020 hit and COVID hit, it kind of like fell apart. We were looking at some ways to kind of rejuvenate and rebuild that. It's just been a lack of time and staff, but it is a priority for us that, because meeting that our teens where they are, I think in order to, Holly Springs has a great program where the teens are meeting and they're actually the ones planning out and helping the programming staff decide what are the programs that we're offering for the teens. And so that's the route we want to take versus what the Teen Council was. And so we're in the process of trying to figure out how to do that in a way that's going to be sustainable and successful. And when you do it that way, like the teens are just really hard to hook. But when it's something that they're planning and they're bringing their friends, otherwise, if it's mom telling you you've got to go, they don't enjoy it as much. Like we did a series of programs just trying to build that relationship. Some of them were very successful, and some of them, like, they came, but they didn't engage. They didn't want to engage. They were there because they had to be. And so we've got to figure out how to do it better. And I really like the model that Holly Springs has. They just rolled that out, I believe, and so we want to get an opportunity to really understand how that's working, and it's absolutely a priority.
Because I did, like I said, I've met a couple, and they kind of, like I said, it went away. They were interested in bringing it back. And I said I kind of would reach out to you and kind of see what your thoughts were.
Yeah, no, I think it's great.
All right, thank you.
I think prior to that, it was the Mayor's Youth Council, it was called. And what you find, though, is the kids that are involved are the ones that's really doing a whole lot of other things positive anyway. So, and of course, they're kind of looking at it to kind of build their community services for as their resume going into higher education or whatever. So, and it provided a good service for a while, but it kind of died down. You know, the kids that were in it went on to college or whatever.
The ones I met were actually in college now.
Yeah,
Said, okay, they're coming back now, like back here. We had this before. Now they're in the 21 years. Like, okay, what are we doing now?
Well, if they're, like, connect us with them. I mean, we would, if they've got experience with it, because if that's about their age now, then they probably were here before it made like a transition to where it turned into more of it's just a service organization.
Okay, so. I'll definitely do that. All right, thank you.
Any more questions, comments?
One last question. Did I hear correctly that where the bathrooms are no longer under contract? Is that what we said?
That is correct. So the ones that, all of our park bathrooms are not under contract.
And the rationale, but the contract just ended? No,
We
I may have missed the
we ended the contract.
Okay.
Because it wasn't meeting our needs.
Okay, gotcha.
Any other questions, comments?
I just have a quick question in regards to one of the programs that we're currently offering at the community center, and it was a question posed by a citizen today when we shared the open gym for adults. A citizen asked about why aren't we having those in the evenings if it's for adults, like after work hours, open gym? So can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so we ran open gym for many years, and it was very successful at like the lunchtime hour during the week. You've seen in a lot of programming just across the nation where adults aren't limiting themselves just to things in the evening, just because there are so many things going on, that the flexibility following 2020, that working individuals have, they can step away to participate in that. But we've also had great success with that in the past. Unfortunately, the program did not rebound the way it was operating previously coming out of COVID. And part of that is consistency, like trying to figure out the day that was going to work, and we're trying to nail that down now. The other side is we've just had a lot more going on at the community center, that having some availability has been limited, and we are in the process of analyzing like the gaps in use of like hours in the gym. And what we want to do is look at those gaps and fit in as much, like I don't really want downtime in the gym. I want there to always be something going on in the gym if possible, or there be like access to it. And so we are looking at things where are we offering too much access in this use, but we're not offering enough here? And so we're currently evaluating that. We had hoped to have that done over the summer, but with the way summer camp went and we were down a programmer, we just didn't have the time to do that. But I've shared with our advisory board that is one of our priorities, is to analyze how that gym is being used and how we can maximize its availability to citizens in general of varying needs. So, yeah, I agree. We should offer more.
Just to let you know, I did pass your information along to that same citizen too as well, so you'll probably get some
Perfect.
calls on that. And, you'll get-
Yep.
He's my neighbor, so I'll talk to him too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions, comments? Thank you, Sheila.
I did have one more thing, if you have a minute.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Not to run away. I will say, some of you, I don't know if you've noted, we had a tree fall on the bridge that is towards the natural area of Community Park that connects to the Barbie Street it's the direct access from Barbie Street in that church to Community Park. So that tree fell on it. We worked with the Division of Water Quality to just make sure that we could get everything removed in a safe manner. We are going to have to come back with you with a plan to put a proper bridge back. It's going to be costly because you're dealing with a stream, but I did want you to know, because the bridge has been taken out, but I don't want the Barbie Street community and that church to feel like we're not going to replace it. That's not our plan. It is a high priority, and we've been working on getting some information on what that would cost so that we can come back to you. But I did at least want to provide you with that update.
Thank you.
Before we go into the next one, we'll just take a 10-minute recess.
hit the gavel and they'll come.
I was about to raise my hand, but I'm like, no, they'd realize.
Reconvened. FY24 quarterly report, planning.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. I was informed I have to talk quickly from multiple people, so I'll try to do my best.
Who said that to
Yeah,
you?
a couple people. Anyhow, the planning department here really operates under North Carolina General Statute 160D in addition to our local regulations. Here, we're structured a little differently than a couple other departments throughout the region. Specifically, the planning department here actually has two separate divisions. There's the planning division, which we'll go through in the details, and then the economic development division. And Shannon Johnson, our economic development specialist, is here tonight. Is going to go deep into some of the stuff that she's been working on, as well as some upcoming projects coming forward. The planning division really focuses on the kind of day-to-day operations of what you see in terms of the new growth and development that occurs separate from the business elements of it. It really starts out with the permitting. These are the new homes that are going to come up. I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we did last year compared to previous years. Current planning is a subcategory of the planning division. That deals with the new applications that come in for these developments. When Chamblee Lake or Popeyes or Tractor Supply come in, that's the division that really handles it. Whereas the long-range planning division, that's the division that brings about the text amendments to the UDO that are staff-initiated text amendments. It also looks at the comprehensive land use plan and the transportation plan, and really helps to gather the public input, direction from the board, from the planning board, and from other best practices to put into play how those elements are going to move forward. Code enforcement is the regulatory element of this in terms of not only the property maintenance code, but also the zoning compliance element. Our code enforcement officer will go out to do inspections before each of the dwellings are constructed or before a building's constructed to make sure that the location is appropriate based on the site plan that was approved. They'll then go back out once the property is completed for both commercial and non-commercial operations to make sure that what the end result was what was constructed. In between that time, going back to the permitting portion, we contract with Wake County, and we'll get, in terms of the building services, we'll get a little bit more into that detail. Whereas the Economic Development Division has two components at the moment. There's the more traditional economic development, and like I said, Shannon's going to go into details about her work and operations. Additionally, the North Carolina Main Street program of the Zebulon Main Street also falls under the umbrella of economic development. So essentially, the planning department has these two separate entities that work collaboratively with each other to be able to provide the best level of service. Finally, we do have GIS, and the reason this came up last is while the GIS element is located within the planning division, it's really intended to provide services for all of the departments, not just planning and economic development, but we will print off maps and do data analysis for everybody from finance to parks and recreation to public works. It's really a municipal service for the departments as opposed to something that's isolated within our department alone. Moving on to residential permitting, this is kind of the big question when it comes to our population is how does this reflect in terms of the numbers? Ultimately, once again, in fiscal year 23, we saw record growth. And when I mean record growth, we ended up having 429 certificate of occupancies. To provide a comparison, in 2018, we had 102 certificate of occupancies. If we were to go back 1 year further in 2017, we had 74. That really shows kind of the direction that we're going. This is only a snapshot, however. Based on this growth, this alone accounts for approximately 5,500 new residents that have come in based on what you're seeing in each of the issues, permits issued for this chart. One thing to note is we have enough lots that have vested rights to break 20,000 residents. That is no new subdivisions being approved after that. And based on our population projections, if we continue at what's known as a declining average rate, where we take the 10-year, the 5-year, the 3-year, and the 7-year, play with the numbers, we could end up with a population of approximately 50,000 by 2040. That will likely not happen only because of the economic forces and everything else. But that's what we really need to be planning for. While we have enough vested rights and approvals for approximately 20 to 25,000 based on some of the stuff that's being reviewed right now, we need to start thinking about what are we going to do for the next 25,000 residents. It is worth noting that everything that you see on this chart in terms of this is only the residential, single-family, detached permit dwellings. That's not the only permits that we receive. That accounts for approximately half of those. You take into consideration trade permits, which is your mechanical, your electrical, those type of things. Residential additions, your actual structural additions or sheds, decks, those type of things. Those also are taken into consideration. Demolition permits, those are also taken into consideration. So realistically, while that number is 429, you're actually looking at closer to 850 permits that are processed by one individual in our department. While we are able to maintain really high level customer service at this point in time, in the next couple of years, you will be seeing requests for an additional planning technician position to come forward. The current planning division, as I talked about, really responds to the development pressures. That is really development-led. We don't go out to seek new development projects as current planning, but it's also the entity that you see most frequently at the public hearings. Right now, our senior planner and our planner 2 really spearhead this. We're going to supplement this with our planner 1s coming in, but they will be going through the process of any time that there's rezonings or site plans, doing the review of those to make sure that those are in compliance with our unified development ordinance. Same thing with annexations that are development-led. Not everything is located within our corporate jurisdiction, and while some things are in our ETJ, they can come before you for rezoning, but ultimately we will request that they come in before you for annexation before we issue any sort of a construction drawing permit. Ultimately, the goal is if we're providing services, they have to be annexed into the town. And I'm talking services beyond just the water and sewer, but if we're looking at police and fire and all the other entities, we want to make sure that we're able to fully collect that tax revenue. And until they're annexed into the corporate limits, that's not obtainable. Special use permits are the quasi-judicial side of this, and this is typically where I step into the current planning element due to being a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I mean, that's a very legalistic process. These are typically elements that I would step into. We'll go into a couple of those here in a moment. Finally, variances, which are heard before our Board of Adjustment. That variances is not something that the Board of Commissioners would review or hear. Once the Board of Adjustment renders a decision, that goes back to that would go to Circuit Court. Ultimately, while you've seen a lot of the day-to-day projects, which are indicated as part of our interactive development map, you've participated in multiple public hearings. We'll go into the numbers here in a little bit. That were a reflection of both rezonings as well as annexations. And you did have 2 special use permits last year. However, we haven't had any variance requests in the past several years. We did think that we were going to have one when our senior planner walked through the standards. The applicant realized that they were unable to meet those standards and ended up finding alternative means of compliance instead. In terms of some of the numbers, one of the things that our current planners do, specifically our planner 1s, is they review sign permits. These are brought forth by either businesses or neighborhoods for their entry signage. And this is kind of a two-part process. While it gets reviewed through our IDT and Bluebeam platform in terms of compliance with the zoning regulations, the height, the location, making sure it's at least 5 feet back from the property line, not located within the site triangle. If it's illuminated internally versus externally, does the base of the freestanding sign or the monument sign in this situation, does it match the architectural characteristics of the building? Those are all things our planner ones would be looking at. Once that gets approved, then it moves back into the permitting category, because these will also require footing inspections for the freestanding signs to make sure that where they're being placed, it's going to be safe. Last thing we would want is a situation where a sign blows over and hurts somebody, or something other results in unforeseen circumstances or damage. The planner ones also really look at the zoning compliance permits. These are typically very easy to turn around, very low intensity, where a business or operation is going into an existing structure and really requires no exterior modifications in any real capacity. Great example of this is the True Value. It was an existing tenant space that required some interior modifications, but did not require any additional parking. All the exterior storage was already permitted under the original permitting in the back of the structure. So it was something that was fairly easy to turn on. Last year, we ended up issuing 17 of these, the majority of which were in downtown or in close proximity to downtown. The big one, however, is the number of total reviews, which includes both the signs and the zoning compliance permit. But this is every time a developer actually submits a formal application, we have to go through and make a full review to determine, does this meet the Unified Development Ordinance? And if not, you can see all those little blue dots on there. That is just one sheet from one submittal from one development plan. These will typically take anywhere from 5 minutes for some of the zoning compliance permits, where we check the boxes to make sure that it meets all the standards, up to, in some situations, 10 to 12 hours for a plan set, where one plan set might end up taking up 40 to 45 pages. And it's not just our staff that review some of these. We have representation from Public Works, from Parks and Recreation, as well as fire in many other circumstances, and police. And that's in addition to all of our development partners. 223 total reviews for a municipality of this size is unheard of. Most municipalities of 10,000 would only have half that number of reviews. But that's indicative of the level of dedication that the planning staff puts into these level of reviews to make sure that we're not missing anything, that it's in full compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance before it even gets to you. It's also representative that for things such as planned developments or conditional rezonings, the first thought is what is going to be the best for the citizens of Zebulon. And we make sure that we negotiate to put you as the final decision-making body in the best possible light in order to vote favorably on it. If we recommend approval, it means that we've done our due diligence and it meets the full details of our Unified Development Ordinance. Going into the rezonings, all rezonings require public hearing in accordance with state statute. As an example, Wakelawn Mills was a request that came before you. It did go to the planning board, and they recommended denial. Since then, the applicant has put this particular development on hold. You've had other developments that have moved forward after the rezoning request. Another example of this is the Walpurdy example, where this was approved, and this was both a rezoning and an annexation. As I noted, if it's located within the corporate limits and a development came in that didn't meet the zoning, they would just have to come in and request a rezoning, meet the standards of the UDO, and then they could move forward. If it's in the ETJ, they can come in and get rezoning and then come back for annexation at a later time before construction drawings. However, in this particular situation, it was located within the county jurisdiction, which requires both the annexation and rezoning to happen concurrently at the same meeting in order for them to be able to move forward, in order for the board to assign a zoning designation. Sometimes annexations don't require rezonings. As an example, the Clifton Grove development, also known as the Watson Tract, it was 120 acres that zoned R2. They came in for with site plans showing that they were able to meet all of the standards that were on a unified development ordinance for a conservation subdivision. So the only mechanism that brings them before the Board of Commissioners is the annexation. Unlike the rezonings, annexation hearings only require the Board of Commissioners to hear the annexation. It's not something that even goes to the Planning Board. And ultimately, this was approved. In return, they were able to complete the construction drawing process for the future construction of 237 lots. As I noted, it meets the R2 zoning requirements as a conservation subdivision. Special use permits, similar to annexations, don't require planning board approval. However, unlike annexations and rezonings, this is not a legislative process, but a quasi-judicial process. As you may recall, one of the two that were reviewed and approved last year was the Storage Max site, where the applicant has the burden of proof to show that they meet the standards moving forward. This particular project is moving forward with construction drawings, as well as working with our Public Works Department regarding some of the improvements to the intersection of Shepherd School and Proctor Street. While they don't have direct corner access, that project did encroach into their development area. Construction drawings are probably the most detailed of any of the drawing reviews that we do. Of the 224, approximately 25% of those over the past calendar year have gone to this level. These are the plan sets that can run 40 to 50 sheets, and this is an example of just one sheet. It provides the full three-dimensional details of everything from water and sanitary sewer to storm sewer, grades and topography of the individual lots in a lot of situations. One of the construction drawings that were approved in fiscal year 23 was for Cadence Meadows, also known as the Pony Road Plan Development. This project did stall for a while, but the original entity, the original developer that was able to obtain the approvals, sold it to another builder, and they are working through their due diligence and outside approvals with other entities right now before they come back in for final modifications to the construction drawings. But we
May
do.
I ask a question?
Sure.
If they sell, one developer sells to another developer, and I know that's private and all that, but do they have to maintain the houses that the other ones?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The houses were approved, as an example for Cadence Meadows, they were approved as conditions for the planned development.
Okay.
All of those conditions run with the land regardless of who the property owner is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Shifting gears a little bit, long-range planning really creates the tools to guide the development. As you heard from Mitchell Silver this past fiscal year, it's better to be a plan-making city than a deal-making city. And that's something that we're working through as part of our updates to our comprehensive land use plan, is clearly telling the development community, this is the type of development we want. It's better to have that written into the plan as opposed to reacting to what they submit. But all that starts with the creation of the tools to help guide that development. Long-range planning, as I noted, creates amendments to the comprehensive land use plan and the transportation plan. They do that by working with your planning department, or your planning board. North Carolina General Statute 160D-301 defines the roles of the planning board, and the first of those roles is to create and amend your future land use plans. They don't have the final deciding vote. It is something that requires like all the other legislative processes, they make a recommendation, there's a public hearing, and the Board of Commissioners has final say. But the long-range planning division, which is myself and our senior planner primarily, we are going to work with them, provide suggestions, guidance, as well as we'll have multiple public engagement sessions starting in late October, going through January. This also really results in the fine-tuning of the vision for the future of Zebulon. As I noted in the beginning of the presentation, we have, if what's in review now gets approved, that's about 25,000 for our population. We need to make sure that we have very clear guidance on what the next 25,000 residents will be experiencing in terms of their development. This also includes the amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance. Are there issues with the conservation subdivision that makes it too easy? That was one of the challenges that we had a couple of years back, and we changed some of the standards and prohibited mass grading within our conservation subdivision. The interest in using that as a tool for development dropped dramatically. It's also the implementation of our land use plan. Anytime that there's a text amendment or a rezoning, state statute requires consistency with our comprehensive land use plan. And that's where a lot of the motions come in, where it references back to those. That is a statutory requirement. And part of long-range planning is making sure that the current planning division understands what parts of the plan are applicable and which ones are not. Finally, long-range planning has a lot of participation with regional partners. These include the City of Raleigh Public Utilities Department, Wake County Building Services, and Wake County Environmental Service. These three really overlap primarily with the current planning division, but there's a lot of conversations that take place in the long-range planning realm as well. NCDOT is also a partner that fall into both categories. While NCDOT is a regulatory authority for a lot of the streets here in Zebulon, including Arundel and Gannon and half of Judd Street and half of Horton Street, we're constantly working with them on what are their long-range goals and objectives. That is partly done through Campo, and that's partly done through direct conversations, really understanding that, or helping them understand that while for a long time Zebulon was a rural community, we're transitioning into an urban community, and the standards that were previously being applied to Zebulon may no longer be applicable. As I mentioned, Campo, excuse me, your planning staff also sits on what's known as the Technical Coordinating Committee, or TCC. This is the very deep into the weeds group that looks at all the little intricacies of all the different projects that go before Campo. Not so much in just terms of the locally administered project plans or the safety plans or the other acronyms that Campo loves to use. It also looks into how the budgets for Campo are going to be recommended. It operates similar to how your planning board operates and makes recommendations to the executive board, which the mayor sits on the executive board for Campo. Finally, we are surrounded to the north and the south by Wake County jurisdiction. So we work collaboratively with Wake County Planning in anytime that they have a development request, they contact us to see, is this in keeping with some of our long-range planning? Specifically, do we have something in our long-range plan that prohibits certain activities that they're being requested? In most circumstances, it does not. But we also work with them in terms of some of the major corridors and make sure that they have an understanding of our goals and objectives. This is going to be important when we move, when the state demographer recognizes the population of 10,000, because Wake County Planning makes the recommendation to the Wake County Board regarding any ETJ expansion as well. Finally, our utility system is not owned by Zebulon. It's owned by the City of Raleigh. And as part of that, we sit on the City of Raleigh Utility Advisory Board, along with all the other merger communities. This is to discuss the kind of long-range plan and goal, as well as some of the difficulties that we're experiencing as a regional perspective. Recently, one of the big hurdles is working with them in discussion the future of the Little River Reservoir, potential expansion into the adjacent counties, both of which we're not allowed to develop any into the critical watershed because of the reservoir or those future counties. It also really allows each of the municipalities to have a voice, being that while it is a department of the city of Raleigh, effectively they operate as a regional utility authority.
Before we move, are there any current projections about how much water utilities we have right now and how long will it last? Yeah, you was talking about going into 2050, and I don't think we got the water right now to handle 2050.
We do not have the water right now based on what we have at this moment. But City of Raleigh is looking at two different possibilities in terms of additional water sources. And this is something that's definitely on their radar. And we're working with them to determine which is going to be the best for not only the citizens of Zebulon, but all of the merger communities as well.
So what we have now, what would be a, I guess, figure?
The number they're giving us right now is around 2045.
For what we have?
For what we have.
And that's a population of?
That would be, for the town of Zebulon, that would potentially be a population of around 40,000.
Thank you.
Okay.
One quick question for me, Mike,
Sure.
as well. You said we have somebody sitting on the Utility Advisory Board?
Yes.
Who's that representative that we have? Is that you?
Joe and I and Bobby.
Thank you.
Moving forward to code enforcement. It's amazing. Nobody quite likes the idea of code enforcement, but it's absolutely critical. This past fiscal year, and I'll go through these kind of quickly because there's a lot of different classifications. The overwhelming majority were tall grass complaints, followed by trash and garbage. That is not atypical. The other is broken into several smaller categories. Everything from somebody, the sign was put up a little too large, or some other scenario that fell into either the Unified Development Ordinance or the Municipal Code, which is our general law regulations. The parts that are really important that I want to highlight is last year, there was a total of 169 notices of violation. Once again, this is one staff member. Each one of these notices of violation were a citizen-driven complaint, and it resulted in our code enforcement officer, Brad Pleasant, going out to make an inspection to determine if there was a violation. 35 of those were corrected before a notice of violation was ever had to be issued. Notice of violation is actually the physical paper document, similar to when you are speeding and you get a written citation. That's essentially what a notice of violation is. It just doesn't have fees behind it, so that warning citation. That's important because unlike some municipalities, we really have, and actually taken the cue from the police department, and educate, then enforce. In a lot of these situations, these property owners didn't realize that certain things were a violation. In some situations, they just let it get away from them. As an example, tall grass and weeds. Brad is notorious for knocking on somebody's door and saying, hey, we received a complaint, and starting from that approach. That really allows for the greatest success in terms of compliance, and it reduces the risk of the violation reoccurring later on. That resulted in a 93% closure rate. within the last fiscal year. That is really good for a municipality of our size, and that is spectacular for a municipality that is growing this fast. As you recall, a couple years ago, I mentioned that we are really changing up our process when it came to code enforcement and really working to help educate the citizens on the issue. And our staff has done a superb job of doing that. As a result, only 14 of the violations required, or 14% required multiple notices. Some of these required 4 or 5 points of contact before it was really addressed, and some of them we're still working through. But it's really representative of the high level of customer service that I expect from the staff. Speaking of staff, last year, do you have a question?
Yes. A couple questions on that back on code enforcement. Currently, now that we don't have our Board of Adjustments up and running, what are citizens kind of recourse to if they have issues like that? Like, what are we currently allowing them to do?
We would still have them submit for an appeal for the Board of Adjustment, and we would notify you that there was a request. Ultimately, there is a time clock, and I apologize, I don't have that number in front of me, but if we don't take action after that, they can then have the ability to appeal that to circuit court, citing that the town did not meet its statutory capability to offer that appeal, in which case it really takes it out of our hands.
Okay, thank you. And one more. Can you just break down for me, Mike, and understand, okay, some of these I know have requests to have a fine that come along with them. How does that work for the citizens? What that money comes in, they pay, and where do that funds go? Can you break that down for me a little bit?
Those funds go into the general fund. However, this past year, as I noted, 93% closure rate, none of those resulted in fines. As I noted, that notice of violation that is issued is essentially like a warning citation. It's a, hey, we noticed this violation. Ultimately, if a property owner is willing to work with us and is making continuous effort towards compliance, and there's evidence of that, we work with them, because at the end of the day, we don't want to fine people. We want to help them bring their property into compliance. Frequently, it's an education element. Sometimes it's a situation where they may not have the resources to do that. And Brad's been very good about helping to provide suggestions on what resources might be available, be it churches or other civic organizations.
So as a municipality, let's say there is a fine that the citizen has to pay. What enforcement, right, what can we do? How do we kind of like make that citizen say, hey, you owe this money? They go through those different steps. Now you need to pay the town this money. How do we enforce that? Is there a tool that we have in place? Like you're not going to get X, Y, and Z if you don't pay this? Or
yeah, there's an actual invoice that is created through our financial system, and then that is sent to the person in violation. Almost always, that's the property owner of record. Sometimes, if it is documented specific business-related violation, it's the business owner. And then, up until a couple of years ago, we were able to, if those went unpaid, we would just send those to the county for a lien. The state statute changed, and it now requires court action. We haven't had to take that approach quite yet, especially given the amount of fines that are outstanding would be substantially less than what it would cost for us to proceed that route. So we still work with trying to collect those fees as opposed to taking that next step. Once again, our goal is to work with folks towards compliance as opposed to collecting fees.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Excuse me, Mayor. Mike, I think it's important to dig in a little bit more on Commissioner Miles' question, which is, without a seated Board of Adjustment, how does a variance process work?
For a variance,
Or
yeah.
someone who is contesting something.
Yeah, and the town attorney can step in as well for these. Ultimately, North Carolina General Statute mandates that a municipality have that avenue, and even to the point of if it is not listed as a separate entity, has a municipality can grant those rights to either the planning board or the Board of Commissioners to operate in that capacity through text amendments to your regulatory documents. Absent of that, the town really has no recourse to deny those variances or deny those appeals. It allows for the individual, after that set clock, to move immediately to circuit court, if I'm not mistaken, citing that the town did not meet its statutory requirement to offer that, and by default, it gets approved.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions regarding that?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So moving on to staff. This past year, we did hire 2 very key positions within the planning department. Adam Culpepper, who is our senior planner, he runs the day-to-day current planning operations in the department. So he's now typically the first point of contact, well, not the first point of contact, but he's really the person who works directly with the developers, especially the larger projects, and helps train the Planner 2 and eventually the Planner 1s based on the UDO and the other day-to-day operations. The second of which, who you'll hear from in a moment, is Shannon Johnson, our Economic Development Specialist. As I noted, we do have 2 separate divisions within the planning department, and Shannon has really taken the lead in running that second division of economic development. I'm not going to go into any of those details because her presentation is very informative. We were also able to promote a planner to a Planner 2, Kate Farrell. She joined us a little over a year ago right out of college and has really excelled. She was able to obtain her North Carolina zoning official certification, or certified zoning official certification within the first, there's too many acronyms, first 6 months of employment, which is really remarkable that she's very aggressive in continuing her education and bettering herself. You've heard from her a couple times already, but this highlights an issue that we're working to address, and you'll be hearing more about this at the following meetings, is Kate was able to move up in position because there was a vacancy. Our Planner 2 was ended up leaving, going to another government entity outside of Wake County, and it left a vacancy. While we were able to promote Kate, we would not have had that capability if there was not that vacancy. In order to retain really terrific, highly trained staff, we need to make those opportunities for them to advance, especially in their earlier career. So we're putting together an actual career ladder progression. What this means is based on accreditations, years of experiences, educational opportunities, there could come a day where you might have a department where it has 5 senior planners. That's not a bad thing. The quality of work that can be done in such a short time from 5 senior planners is going to be far superior than multiple planner 1s, because they have that wealth of knowledge from their experiences and their background and their qualifications to be able to handle that much heavier workload. Kate is an exception where she thinks as a much older planner than what she is. But it's going to be similar to what some of the career ladders that you've seen come before you for police and fire, and you'll be seeing from multiple other departments. But it's really going to be put forth as in an effort to retain a really terrific staff. Our goals for this year, as always, first and foremost, is to continue to provide exceptional customer service. Unfortunately, when I arrived, our department did not have a very good reputation amongst the resident or the business community. Over the past 4.5 years, I've worked very diligently to try to change that and really put Zebulon first whenever I'm speaking with folks. And hiring the folks that we have now, including Adam and Shannon, and promoting Kate, they all have that characteristic where it's a very customer service focus. We're going to be hiring 2 planner ones. One of these is a vacancy from Kate. One of them is a new position that was funded at the beginning of this fiscal year, as well as a second code enforcement officer. We're hoping to have all those wrapped up within the next couple weeks, and hopefully get them in-house. The goal would be in-house before December.
I understand you've already announced they've already been hired?
No.
You've already about to start the process?
We're halfway through the process. As a matter of fact, we already had half the interviews for the planner one. We have half coming up. So, and then we've already done the first round of interviews for the code enforcement officer. One of the things with the number of code enforcement cases that we've had, we've exceeded the capabilities of the program that we were using, and so we're revisiting the code enforcement tracking software. Brad's done a really great job of being able to manage everything, but given the volume of traffic, or the volume of violations, as well as hiring a second code enforcement officer, requires us to rethink. So we're testing out a couple things, including a software program that we currently have access to for free through our Wake County building permit modules. The biggest in terms of the planning side of the department is update the land use and transportation plans. We had our formal kickoff with our planning board on Monday, and we're going to have a public engagement session sometime towards late October. We're still finalizing those details, but as I noted at the work session, there will be 4 public engagement sessions with that. And part of the public engagement sessions will just probably piggyback off of the one of the economic strategic plan. That's going to translate into UDO amendments, which will come before you in spring or summer of 2024. And then something that was promised sitting here at this table a couple months ago is we're going to revisit the utility allocation policy and the calculation of the bonus points. We're doing some due diligence right now, and we hope to have something before you at the January work session for initial discussion. And with that, I'm available if you have any questions.
Questions, comments from the board? Commissioner Miles?
Recently, I came into the town hall and I ran into an issue trying to find out what exactly your section is doing to address the Spanish-speaking community here. I know I see now when I come up here, they're bringing in translators, someone to translate for them. Are we making an active, intentional effort to figure out how we're going to address that? I mean, like I said, I'll give you the example. I sat out and watched a couple citizens kind of practice what they were saying to make sure they get what they want, and try to figure out how they can address your department to make sure they get what they need.
Yeah, that is actually something that is very key when we're hiring folks. Part of the background of folks that we're looking to hire is somebody that is bilingual. Obviously, that can't be the only component that we take in consideration, because the positions in planning are very specialized positions. It's something that most people have to be trained typically before they get to our department to be able to do. So whenever possible, we're looking to bring in that opportunity, especially being that a lot of the contractors that we come in interaction with are Spanish speaking. So we want to make sure that we can effectively communicate with them. We're also, much like the other departments, looking for opportunities on how to translate our documents, whether it's through some sort of online resource or something else. That's something that's going to be a little bit longer term, just because of the volume of documents that we have between the general law ordinance, our unified development ordinance, and multiple plan sets. Okay. But it is definitely something that's on our radar.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments for Mike? Thank you. Next, community and economic development update.
Hey, with this mask on?
Yeah.
Or would you, is that okay? All right, which one do I push? That's in with me. Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Shane and I would just say speak into the mic. If you pull it closer to you, it'll be better for us.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, for having me report tonight. So I just want to tell you what I've been doing over the past 6 months or so to build a program. Some of it's basic, but it's, create a database of leads and marketing slick for our town. Initial web presence, so we do have a small web presence now that'll be built out in the future. And then meet with businesses and other economic development offices. For the meetings, I've attended 55 meetings, actually 56, I had one today, with potential businesses, partner organizations, and I've attended regional professional gatherings. So potential businesses such as like a co-working space, entertainment center, restaurants, partner organizations. I meet with John Saffold at the Chamber every month for a few hours, and we share what's happening in his world, what's happening that I'm aware of. And then we also attend different community meetings, so because I'm a staff of one and he's a staff of one, so we are able to share what happens in those other community meetings with each other and kind of double our duty there. And then regional professional gatherings, for instance, I attend the Wake County Economic Development Partners meeting every other month. And that's where all the Wake County economic developers get together. We learn about professional, trends that are happening in economic development. We share each other's successes, what's happening in our space, and we network. So, we're able to learn what's going on with each other and assist and help out if we can. Also with program development, I've attended 3 conferences so far. The Main Street Conference, which most of you did attend. But more importantly, I think for us, setting ourselves a presence of being an economic development organization now, and we're going to be looking to partner with folks. The North Carolina Economic Development Association Annual Conference and the Southern Economic Development Association Annual Conference. Those conferences on a state level and then on a southern regional level cover funding sources, trends in economic development, site development, and selection criteria. The networking creates relationships with contractors, and some of them provide environmental services for site development. There's developers, investors, so it's been a really good experience to attend those and kind of make ourselves known that we're in the market now.
Shannon, when you go to those conferences, do you take the marketing information that you've created thus far with you to, say, hand out to investors and, the different people that you're meeting regionally?
Mostly I exchange information with them, cards, and then I email them some goodies when I get back. Really, it's most of the relationships at this point are so very preliminary that I'm really pretty much just inviting them, if they are in the region, to come to visit us. Here's who we are, here's our demographics, come visit us. We'd like to show you around town. So that's what's been happening so far with mostly investors, developers. Those are a lighter group of the networking professionals that are usually there, but I try to seek them out.
Thank you.
So on this slide, I'm gonna park here for a little bit and just explain how this works. So one of my biggest responsibilities is to field opportunities that come in, and this is how that happens. So a company that wants to expand or locate in a certain area will hire a site selection consultant to assist them, and that site selection consultant will look at the country as a whole and then kind of narrow down to regions, states, and then eventually some counties that they're interested in. And so what happens for us is that the North Carolina, the state of North Carolina receives, the Economic Development Group receives these requests for information, as you see on the slide, RFI. they get pushed through to the counties, and then the county sends to us. So we get from Wake County EDC, we get these RFIs. And they basically outline the specific needs of the company. It will talk about the desired size of a parcel, how many acres they want, if they need an existing building, the specs for the building. It'll have the square footage, the thickness of the floor, the height of the ceiling, how many bay doors they need, the size of the doors, the proximity to all types of transportation, rail, 4-lane highway, airport sometimes, and then what utilities they'll be needing, what water, what sewer usage, the electric that they'll need. And then it'll usually tell you what type of business it is too, whether they're manufacturing or they're recycling, or what they're doing, so that you have an idea that there may be noise, or that particular industrial use might not be best on the edge of your industrial zoning, pushed up next to residential or something like that. So those come in. I then look around all of what we have that's for sale, that's out there, or what we have that people have talked to me about, but it's not legitimately for sale. And then, answer those RFIs. Previously, Michael Clark, the planning director, took care of that, but I'm here to do that now. And what you can see in the chart there is that in 2022, 23% of them of these RFIs that came through Wake County wanted land, specific size parcels of land. And then 50% wanted existing building, usually, pretty large for some type of manufacturing. And then 27% wanted both. They wanted to purchase land and a building, and oftentimes they want a second plot of land that's available or for option, so that there's an expansion plan in the future. These RFIs that come in, they tell us how much investment's going to happen. They tell us how many jobs they're intending to bring, and they tell us kind of a time frame of those jobs. That's super important, because that's where the incentives from the state and from Wake County kick in. And so that information is important to know. But currently, in 2023, since I've been here, I've had 27 requests, and we just don't have the product. We don't have the buildings or the land that fits into a site selection portfolio for me to be able to respond positively to any of those. The good news is, as we go through our strategic planning process, we will determine locations for site development. We'll determine locations for how to assemble some sites for long-term use later down the road. And then if we, might want to partner to build a shell building, what that might look like. And so that'll be some of the things we will, get out of our strategic plan that will help us be able to set ourselves up to answer these RFIs positively and do some recruitment there. That was kind of a lot of information. I wouldn't mind questions on that if you had any questions about it before I go into the strategic plan piece.
So you don't have a specific database that's kind of rolling and updated frequently that has, the amount of square footage that we have available and what types of buildings, or do you? Or is it every time you get a request, you go out and you build that anew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm building it as we go. So real estate listings and sales happen, so that's a rolling business.
Right.
So I'm just kind of, you would think, right, that there's just a website you go to and all the beautiful things are there, but no, we just go through and find it all and upload it into the Wake County site. So we upload sites into Wake County site, and then just kind of keep a list myself, and then also meet with owners of plots to try to understand what their future is. They may not have something listed, but if we've had a conversation and I think they might be interested in talking about development, then, that's kind of a quiet list of leads.
Thank you.
Sure. So the strategic plan is underway, and it's really going to be one of the most important documents for the work that you've engaged me to do. And so it will define industries that we want to recruit in based on our assets. It will give us those priority sites. And then it'll give us some actions to retain and grow the businesses that we have. There we go. And it'll give us a reason for why these industry sites and activities are prioritized. We can look at what other towns are doing and we can look at other strategies, but really what we want to have out of this is something that's unique for Zebulon. Our rapidly growing population, our proximity to workforce, all of those kinds of things. They're different for us than they are for the town to the left, the right, and north and south. So it's important that we have a customized plan. And then it's going to give us some best practices to do this work. And, I'm going to give you some examples of what these best practices might be. Where should we start assembling a 100-acre parcel for future large investment and large job base? It could tell us what type of public-private partnership project would be best for us. Could also tell us how to grow and attract more entrepreneurs by maybe having a launch program or developing an incubator. And it may say these are some types of incentives you might want to consider to be competitive and for your size and the type of industry and investment that you're looking to bring. So those are some of the things we might expect out of best practices. And then for the strategic plan, in April, we invited firms to submit proposals to assist us in developing this plan. We got 15 responses, which was really great. And then we evaluated those and interviewed firms and partnered with Fountain Works, which is a reputable firm located in Raleigh.
What's the name of it?
Fountain Works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then our first meeting was in late August, where we defined the project activities and the timeline. So our next steps are, we're in the data gathering and community engagement phase of this process. So in October and early November, we'll be hosting 3 community cafes to gather citizen input. And I just want to say a little bit about this. Typically for an economic development strategic plan, there's not usually citizen engagement. It's usually data. It's very heavy on business engagement and looking at the assets and the challenges or obstacles you may have and kind of coming up with the best way to move forward. But we have a very rapidly growing community, and it's changing, and we're small still, space-wise and community-wise. It's a small town. Feels good. So it's really important that we know where citizens are, what they're feeling, what they're seeing, what types of resources they're looking for, what types of jobs do they have, what types of jobs do they want. So we're doing some citizen input on this. It's a little different than what would happen normally, and we're doing it at the beginning. The next part is where we will consult with businesses to determine their needs. So it'll be large businesses, small, independently owned, larger companies that aren't independently owned. We'll do a wide gathering of businesses, and then there'll be surveys that go out as well to hit the other businesses that we haven't already talked with. There will also be citizen surveys out there. And then the last part of this community engagement piece will wrap up at the end of the first quarter and kind of roll into the second quarter, where we'll come to you with the findings of the citizen input, the findings of the business input, some of the data, and we'll kind of pull those together and then take the commissioner's input for how we make our next steps. pretty much where we are. So I would take any questions you have.
Questions, comments from the board?
As currently being an economic developer, one good question. I'm getting a lot of feedback from the citizens saying it seems as if we're becoming a bedroom town. They're constantly saying the same thing, grocery stores, restaurants, things to do. What are we actively doing? I mean, I know you addressed a few issues, but is there something that we're doing actively to where I can assure the citizens that we're looking to get the different grocery stores? They're stating to me that pretty much they're standing in line. Well, they're sitting in traffic, first of all. Then they're expected to go to the grocery store, stand in line, the same thing, because they have limited there. So, and then restaurants, when trying to entertain guests coming in or just a night out on the town, it's pretty much they're limited to what they can get. Pretty much they're going to look at pretty much Mexican food and a cold beer at pretty much out downtown. And they're asking, with our vibrant downtown, and then we touted the number like a small town feel, we're growing, as the planning director said, growing pretty much up to 25K. How do we keep that all to kind of in perspective? That small town life that we're touting to the citizens, but that 25,000, I can't see a small town life. I don't know. I mean, can you kind of, I know I did a lot in that, but.
Yeah, so these things happen in phases.
Okay.
And when you're in between the phase, you feel the pain, right?
Okay.
So you're feeling traffic and you're feeling lines because we've established rooftops
Correct.
that have 2.5 people in each one, right? And so when we pull all those folks in, they're, they're welcome, but they're clogging up the system.
Right.
However, to get the next level of grocery stores, shopping centers, restaurants, and all of the amenities that you want to see, we have to have the rooftops first because we don't qualify in number of people or median income, all of the metrics that these folks look at to determine where they're going to invest, choose our space over one that's 7 or 8 miles away. They have to look at those. And so we are just now at the point where we have those figures that make sense. This strategic plan that we're doing where we're gathering information should help us get a better idea of our median income now with our new residents and the type of work that they do and the type of engagement that they have in town. Are they 25% working from home? Is that an area where we need to be looking at more amenities to try to capture those people? We have people moving in for that. I'm just saying that as an example. I have no idea what exists. But as we gather more and more of this information and we can start pushing it out there, that's where site selectors will say, at this level of population, income, and accessibility to highways and traffic counts and all of that, here's the market you have for food. Here's the market you have for grocery. Here's the market you have for amenities. And then whether that's a chain or local, is a recruitment effort. But what we're having is communities just feeling the pain of us waiting for that next phase. But we do have it coming. There are developments starting, and there is investment starting that's going to take that better part of the next year. So maybe late fall 2024, we might see some of the fruit of all that work that's happening now, and then more things in the pipeline.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board?
While I have the economic developer there, this is more so directed to the town manager. What I'm getting at also is a lot of citizens are saying this as well. We see planning. I know there are two different departments up under each other. What time frame are we looking at where economic, pretty much her section will be its own entity? Is there a time frame that will come about? How does that work?
Excuse me, it's not a time frame. It's going to be something that's going to be driven by demand. So the point is going to come where her workload becomes too much for her to continue to be a department of one. Okay. And she'll have to have additional staff. That will put her in the realm of being a director, but it's really going to be driven by workload. It's not necessarily by this date we're going to be this. It's going to be more workload driven.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
fee waivers, sponsorship, and consideration.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Commissioners. Just as a way to frame the conversation that those who may be watching, at their regular meeting on September 11th, the board placed sponsorship of MightyCon, which is a comic convention, as an item of discussion at this work session. So what staff is going to present tonight is there are two policies that affect what the town can and can't do as far as sponsorship, and that's your fee schedule and your cost recovery policy. So we're going to spend some time going over what those policies say and how you could amend those if you're interested. We're also going to talk about your special event policy, which does not apply to this, but does provide some information that I think could help frame discussions if you do want to do some changes to, again, your fee schedule and your cost recovery policy. And because this specific application came up, we will share with you how this application is affected by those two policies. And also because this specific application came up, Wake Forest Comic Convention was brought up. So we'll bring some information to the board so they can have a sense of what is going on in Wake Forest and how it may or may not apply to this particular opportunity. So first of all, we'll talk about Comic World's MightyCon application. So the first thing you know is this is a for-profit applicant, and this is a revenue-generating event. So this is something where our understanding is they would charge at the gate, as an example. They're looking to rent the community center. Comic World has requested of staff reduced and waived fees and/or event sponsorship. So reduced and waived fees, staff is limited by the policies you have adopted on what we can and can't do. Event sponsorship is a completely new realm. Again, when we get to the end, we'll give you some ideas on how you can move forward on possibly changing the policies related to reduced and waived fees, or moving forward on creating some sort of sponsorship program. So right now, as I mentioned, the guiding policies for this application are your fee schedule. That's the most recent version of your fee schedule was adopted as part of your budget ordinance, so that's the ordinance number for that. You have adopted a cost recovery policy 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the interesting thing with the cost recovery policy is it directly references the fee schedule, and that's going to introduce some processes that are some extra steps that would not normally accompany a traditional policy, but because you have to approach the fee schedule in a different way, specifically have a public hearing, and the cost recovery policy is connected to the fee schedule, it just introduces a step that you all need to be aware of. And again, while this special event standard does not apply to the application, you all have approved special events, and there is some guidance in that special event that I think you could use as guidance in whether you revisit the cost recovery policy or you create a sponsorship policy. So moving on to fee schedule, it dictates the fees for services. So it dictates this is what you pay. There are exceptions or there are variances allowed for nonprofit groups. They're evaluated on a case-by-case basis. If you want to change the fee schedule, as I mentioned, you'd have to have a public hearing associated with that. On the cost recovery policy, so this is somewhat similar to what Mike has talked with you about on the comprehensive land use and transportation plan. It's not something you etch in stone and stick on a shelf and forget about. This is something that was always planned to be reviewed on a 3-year cycle. If this event is something that serves as a catalyst to accelerate that review cycle, then we can certainly do that. That cost recovery policy is the one that provides the guidance on the reduced fees to apply that are connected or listed in the fee schedule. And the guidance is essentially this, that if you are a 501c nonprofit or a school organization then you are eligible for reduced rates. And there's 3 categories. One is if you're in partnership with the town, then not only is the rental rate reduced to the town resident rate, which is lower than the non-resident rate, but that resident rate is cut in half. Now, partnership, we don't have partnership, well, technically you do, but let me give you some examples of what partnership means. So as an example, you recently passed an ordinance to fund and join the Chamber of Commerce. That would be a qualifying event for a partnership. While you haven't done it in a few years because we had to change the policy to result the changes in general statutes, another way to do a partnership is through your strategic plan grant. When you issue a strategic plan grant, you are entering into a partnership with that nonprofit. So those are a couple of examples, theoretical examples of what partnerships look like. The other categories, again, if you're a 501c nonprofit or a school organization, is if they are putting on a free event, then the resident rate applies and it's reduced by 40%. If it's a ticketed event, resident rate is cut by 30%. The organization and what we're looking for at the staff level is we're looking for them to provide an explanation of how that is a direct benefit to the residents and how they substantiate that this is actually a 501c nonprofit or a school organization. And again, because the cost recovery policy is connected to the fee schedule, it requires a public hearing if you are interested in revising that. And then I had mentioned the special event standard does not apply to this request, but I do think it provides some guidance. And also you have, as a board, implemented this a few times, and so I didn't want to have any confusion. But let's just say, well, not just say, but you've had examples where you've had both nonprofit and for-profit organizations want to come and utilize property, not the community center, not a picnic shelter, but as an example, your alleys, front lawn of town hall itself. And so this is just a sample of, I think we pulled this from one of the applications we received, but essentially, you all have the authority to reduce or waive fees associated with staff to support that event. So as an example, if a nonprofit wants to use the front lawn of town hall and we have to, as an example, rent light trees, hire off-duty police officers, you all have, per this policy, the ability to waive that fee or reduce that fee if it's a nonprofit organization. There have been organizations that have come forward and wanted to use your alleys as an example. Those were for-profit organizations, private businesses, and there was not the ability to waive the fees for the staff support of that. Again, staff support, examples being light trees or off-duty police officers. So offer that to provide a distinction so there's not confusion on use of the community center versus use of this front lawn. Also, there's some guiding information that I think could help guide your possible policy revisions in the future. I'll tell you what, let me just pause before I talk about Wake Forest. Are there any questions on any of the policies that I talked about? The fee schedule, the special event standard, or the cost recovery policy? All right. What we've been able to find out about the Wake Forest Comic-Con event is this is held at the Wake Forest Renaissance Center. The applicant is a 501c organization. In this case, it's the organization called Wake Forest Downtown. This is what your future Zebulon Downtown organization will look like. When they incorporate and they establish a memorandum of understanding of what their partnership with you looks like.
For the Main Street program, Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. This is a foreshadowing of what you are on the process of. So towns that have more experience in a Main Street program typically have organizations like this, independent 501c3, or in this case 501c3, but as you know, it can be different Cs for a downtown organization. So they are the applicant. They're the rental applicant. They have partnered with a comic book store. Now, we don't know what the relationship looks like if they give a cut or whatever, and we wouldn't care either. What we would be looking for is who is the applicant. And again, in Wake Forest, it's the 501c. They did, and Sheila's next to me because she's the one that talked directly to them, so I'm just paraphrasing a lot of things here. But Wake Forest did follow their fee schedule. There is no revenue share with the town. There was also no fee waivers or town sponsorship. Now, as one of the representatives at the regular meeting said, I believe Wake Forest mayor participated in some sort of judging. That has no application to this. If you all want to participate in some form or function as a judge or whatever, that has no connection to any policy discussions. So here are your available options. Don't change the policy. That's always an option, is just keep what you've got. The applicant in this case, they can resubmit, but they would have a nonprofit resubmit the application. And as long as we know that we're working with a nonprofit, we don't care as much as what might be the arrangement on the backside between a nonprofit and a private business, just as long as we know this is a nonprofit's event. So that, one, don't change the policies. Two, the application for this particular event gets changed, or you can get into the process of amending the policies. What I will share with you is, if you're interested in amending the policies, don't do it to try to make this application fit, because the time schedule for this event is going to happen sooner than the time frame involved with you just going through the processes. So if you want to amend the policies, do it because you think it's a good idea to do it, not to try to make this application fit into a process. So as far as how do you go about that, you would have to amend the FY24 budget ordinance. That in and of itself, if it was just a budget adjustment, if we were just talking about pay, or not pay, but if we were just talking about moving money from one place to the other, that's a budget adjustment. You all do that at your regular meeting. But what we're talking about here is because that fee schedule gets introduced and the cost recovery policy is connected to the fee schedule. When we say FY 2024 budget ordinance, we're talking about a public hearing to revisit that. Amend the policies. So we gave you the three examples of criteria associated with nonprofits and school organizations. You would be directing staff to revisit and come back to you with options on a change to the cost recovery policy. Again, I'm belaboring the point, but it's an important one, that you would have to have a public hearing associated with it. If you are interested in some kind of sponsorship program, you would have to have criteria for consideration required. So what you would not want to do is do something like, hey, we think you're a good thing, we're just going to give you money. That puts you in a lot of jeopardy. It puts you in a position that it opens the door for someone else to come forward and say, I want what they got. And if you attempt to try to push back and deny that, then they can bring up some sort of discrimination claim because you don't have any kind of criteria. So if you're interested in some sort of sponsorship policy, we as a staff can create some criteria, but you're going to want to have criteria before you enter into something like that. So I'll park it there just to see what kind of questions you've got. If you are interested in amending the policies or interested in a private sponsorship kind of program, then we need direction from the board before we can move forward on that. We don't need details on what they look like, but we need to know that you're interested in us developing that, and we'll take any commentary you've got to guide the policies that we bring back before you. So with that, I'll stop talking and see if you have any questions or comments.
Commissioner Laux?
I have a lot of questions really about the event, its budget, number of attendees, and initially I was thinking this would be a great event held downtown Zebulon and like the Open Society Room, so the people are in fact downtown using the restaurants, the coffee shop, etc., as opposed to down at the community center, because I do think this event will grow. I mean, I do like the whole idea of the event, but we're kind of between a rock and a hard place with ordinances we've already approved on waiving fees, because we want these events to pay for themselves. Those are my quick comments.
Commissioner Harrison? Commissioner Clark?
No comment.
Commissioner Miles?
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Laus. Still, I think we're still in that seed planting phase. Where are we at now? I don't know how much seed money we plant, but we've been saying it for a while now. I don't think, we've only had a select few come before us. I can think of the, kind of like the Juneteenth event. We've had the walk that we have currently coming up in October. Those are the first two coming to my mind. I don't know anything else that we've thrown our quote-unquote seed money to. So I feel as if this organization is still in that early phases of that as we grow. I don't know what and if we can do, but I'm open to taking a look at it, that's for sure. As you stated, if we give him an opportunity to set him up for success, we want these, he is a small business here in Zebulon, and to my understanding, I think he stated that the money would go to the, definitely near and dear to me, veterans, that's for sure. Part of that proceeds would go there in the community, or whatever he said, or something like that.
I think Wounded Warriors.
I'm sorry, Wounded Warriors, correct. Something like that, so we can see that, and he's helping definitely somebody in the community here, because we do have members that are part of the Wounded Warrior, whether that money go directly to them or not. We can't facilitate that, but we can take a look at that organization.
Commissioner Baxter?
Yes, so I asked for this to be put on the agenda because it would have been very, very helpful for the event organizer to have this information at that time. However, I did do a public records request, which wasn't complete, by the way. There was some records that were not submitted, and I find that problematic, and we can talk about that offline if need be. But when a public records request is done, I have the expectation that it's going to be complete and it's going to be, that everyone that has information is going to submit information, and that just wasn't the case here. But Comic World had a level of frustration because they had asked for some information. They had reached out and wanted, and were told that they were going to be contacted, and then they weren't. And so they weren't given the information that, hey, it would be better if you want to move forward with this process and ask for a reduction in fees for you to come back with a 501c3 sponsoring you. And that's not in any of this information that I saw. I do have, like I have the invoice. There's really only back and forths between Irma and Amy, and one from Caleb at the tail end. And so I think that it's important for us to make sure that we are treating, especially businesses that have been such a support in our community for so many years. I mean, for years, they put together a little haunted thing at the police station that my kids were way too terrified to even go and trick or treat at because it was so scary. And so they've been in our community for a very long time, and all they needed was some better understanding of what their options were to move forward with an event that they were working extremely hard to get off the ground. And I feel like, especially since I looked through the information that we were given from the public records request, that they just didn't have the communication to them that would help them make the decisions that they needed to get the results that they wanted from this event. They're going to put it on whether we do anything about the fees or not. Of course, it would be nice for them, and they would like to have a fee reduction. I think that our best option would be to recommend a resubmittal, because that way we can work within what we currently have parameter-wise in our abilities to move forward with. But looking ahead and down the road, if we have businesses that want to come, and like this event will probably bring quite a few people to our community, and it is going to tick a lot of the boxes of how we want to create that community feeling, and how we want to grow our town, and how we want to expose people to wonderful events. But they can't do it if there's not communication. And what I found through the information that I was given is that there wasn't great communication. And I know that there was a sit-down meeting, but from talking to them, I feel like they could have been served better. And so I guess my question to Sheila is, if they do a resubmittal, is that possible in the timeline, in the remaining time that they have before their event, for us to get that all taken care of on the town's part, so that they can actually accomplish that? And then can we reach out to them and have a sit-down conversation to help them through that process?
Yes, so we did have a meeting with them, and at that meeting, I was very clear. I attended with Amy Hayden, very clear that as the event was currently submitted, I had no leeway, that my hands are tied per policy on any fee waivers. We let them know that if this was a 501c3 applicant or a 501c or school applicant, that yes, the event would be considered. But I asked very direct, specific questions to try and help them. Is this, because there was a lot of talk about the Wounded Warrior Project being a part of it, but when we asked them questions, it was very much, it was a private event, that the Wounded Warriors were going to be there. They were going to be taking donations while they were there, but there was, it was clear to us that they were the applicant, and that it was not, they didn't want to pursue necessarily at that time the Wounded Warrior being the applicant. So we shared with them, without that change, there's little that we could do. They did indicate that there was political support for them, and so we told them that's definitely a route that they were welcome to go down, that we have to follow our policy. The other side of that is we did let them know that they talked about sponsorships, that because they were going to charge gate or charging for vendors, and they were going to raise funding through sponsorships. And so we told them they were welcome to share us that sponsorship information, and we'd be happy to look at it and see what there is to work with. We just didn't have the framework for an event like that to make a decision, and we knew that our communications manager was coming on board, and we really needed some guidance for the town so that we have that consistency. And like Joe mentioned, you want to be careful to not put yourself in a position to appear as discriminatory, and that you did it for one business but you're not doing it for the other. So having some criteria in place for the town would be important for deciding if you're going to do that. I recognize that, I could have responded with something in writing, but we had such a good relationship with this organization for so long that in the meeting that we had, I felt that we left there with that understanding that we were all on the same page, and I had no reason to think that we were not on the same page. So if, I'm happy, I don't mind reaching out to them and just reestablishing what the process is and how they can move forward by using a nonprofit, if they would like. That would absolutely be my recommendation in this case, is to follow your existing policy. We have worked with our advisory board to set a schedule for reevaluating the cost recovery policy and our fee schedule, preparing for the fiscal year, and we did that prior to this becoming like a topic of discussion. And so those are items that we are already set to work with our advisory board to revisit and to bring recommendations through the budget process to you guys.
I think that just there was, the communication could have been better. I do have the email with the attached document that you said, go ahead and send that sponsorship information along. And then there was no, I don't see anything else, any other emails in this documentation that says, we've received this, we've reviewed it, it doesn't fit our current policies, and we won't be able to sponsor you at this time, and even just if you would like to rescope your event.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying we can do better, and we should do better. And I don't disagree with anything that you're saying as far as how we should move forward and what we need to pay attention to, because I certainly don't want anyone to feel like we are favoring one to the detriment of another. But I thought it was worth talking about since.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it's worth noting too that on the sponsorship side, while we always take opportunity to improve, we really wanted to be able to make an educated decision, and we wanted to be able to take the time to evaluate that. And so when we reach out to them, we'll make sure that we communicate where we are on that. Yes.
Commissioner Laux?
For the sake of discussion, clarity, and speed, a couple questions here. What is the actual event date?
Off the top of my head.
Is it November?
It's November 11th.
11th.
It's November 11th.
Okay, and what currently, I don't have the fee schedule in front of me, what is the fee to rent the community center for that day?
$2,000.
How much?
It's
$2,000.
It's not by the day, though. It depends, everything's by the hour.
Okay, so $2,000.
With a
And-
$1,000 deposit.
Right,
That's
and if a
refundable.
nonprofit 501c3 were to make the application, we can reduce it to 1,000? 50%?
It's a ticketed event. If we follow the cost recovery
be
policy.
30%, I think.
Yeah, so
30.
with it being a ticketed event, it would be the resident rate at minus 30%.
Okay, so we can get it down to 700?
$1,400. Because it would be $600.
So it'd be
so
$1,400.
Right.
And he's currently got several sponsorship fees where people can sponsor the event to help offset that. So for the sake of speed, it sounds like the easiest thing to do is if I have a 501c3 that wants to team up with them, and we can get the thing all the way down to $1,400. And my wife's not here, but I'm enough in favor of this project, I would provide some sponsorship money to help offset that $1,400, because once again, as a private citizen, I will help seed something that I think is going to grow. You know, because I could see this thing getting very big. These things are, we used to work downtown Raleigh, and literally there were thousands of people for days downtown. It was a show.
I know. I mean, I
And
think
so-
it's going to be a great event.
Something else to consider, and I don't know if we even have that in the policy, if we could get maybe more than one nonprofit to like partner in the event. That may be something we look forward.
But
in
I
the
think for
future.
right now, the
Yeah, for right
main
now,
thing is
yeah.
just to get a 501c3 to actually be the one to submit the event. Okay. And so everything else could be scoped the same. Pretty much they wouldn't have to, you wouldn't have to refund any fees and then have them write checks,
Yeah.
again?
So what we would do would be work with the current applicant to transfer the payments that have already been made on their account towards the new rental application.
cool.
And so we would just get everything in writing to authorize us to apply, like we would refund the money to an account and then apply that account, that credit to the new process, if that makes sense. It's a lot, but
Yeah,
we can make
and
it work.
just like Commissioner Lauk said, in the meantime, if anyone would like to sponsor the event, that's probably a thing that would be appreciated. All right, thank you so much. I don't have anything else
Yeah,
besides
and,
that.
and, you know, these are new avenues that we're embarking on. You know, we've never done this before, so sometimes things do get lost in translation. But we're here to do what's best for the citizens, and the comic world's been around for a while, and they've been good neighbors, and I think we can work this out with the options that's been presented. Any more questions, comments? Are we clear? Direction?
Does that work?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And another 5-minute break, please.
What? What?
Prime time.
Can you believe it?
I think everybody looking forward to, well, they're looking forward to
Mysterious
Oregon and
ways.
USC. USC, that should be interesting. It's just we start studying.
Hey, look, I ain't think they
Do
would
what
be
we do.
TCU. I mean,
This man has never not produced what he said he could do, so, I mean, you know.
I went to a Comic-Con.
but we beat them.
See, you had a different crew there. He got some different pay. He got
A
paper
lot
behind
of people too don't understand. Some of them coaches he got,
him. Right.
couple of from Alabama.
Right.
So he's going around. He got some folks in the background.
He picked up pieces, good pieces from everywhere. He put
And
together.
I saw something today where he just hired somebody, some Hall of Fame guy.
Well, he brought in Warren Sapp.
Oh, okay,
Warren Sapp
okay.
got on staff.
Well, see, when you start bringing folks in like
Yeah,
that, and
doing
then you
that.
got The Rock coming in.
Got
and-
all, he bringing in quality.
I've never been to Fall River, but I do like Old Road. Governing Board Procedure Manual, remote meetings.
There. So to give some context to the board, Commissioner Miles emailed me before your regular meeting on the 11th, and I really appreciate him reaching out. There was some grammatical things that he saw in your procedures manual on remote meetings, and I very much appreciate getting heads up on stuff like that in advance. He also brought up some other things that what I shared with him is my recommendation is some of these things are really, I think, require a board discussion before they get adopted. So that's a little bit of the context about why he, I believe, asked for you all to talk about this a little bit more. So I'm really going to rely upon him to kind of lead the discussion on that. The additional thing that we've got as information for you, and Lisa can hand this out, is when this came up at your regular meeting, some of you had questions about the cost to provide to do the outfitting of this room, and a specific question was brought up regarding like parameters, like what I'll call the low end and the high end. And so again, Lisa will hand out that. We are not technical experts on this, and so I don't know. Lisa is going to be the one that's going to be best positioned to answer any technical questions we've got. But that was the other reason is we heard some questions about cost. So with that, I'll just be quiet. We're available to answer any questions you've got. But again, I know Commissioner Miles had some specific questions that I thought was really more appropriate for the board to discuss.
Commissioner Miles?
Okay. First part is basically the number one, the 11 days. It seems a little bit kind of not user friendly. I was want to have discussion with us so we can shorten it up or figure out what we can do. That 11 days seems so far out. I wanted to share, get some thoughts on that. Number
You
one.
mentioned 2 days, though. Something you sent, it had just, and I thought maybe 5 days, somewhere in the middle if you don't.
And right now, he's asking for 11 days. I just wanted us to figure out what we can do to plan remote participation. Could it more easily define plan remote participation to something more reasonable, like at least 24 hours prior to the meeting, and emergency remote participation is anything less than 24 hours prior to the meeting. So, but I'm open for discussion. With that, number one. 11 days seems a bit out there.
So that would be for like, if you had a planned absence, and then emergency would just be like, hey, I just took a COVID test and I'm not coming to the meeting, right? But you're saying that you might want to see that time frame shortened for a planned event?
Correct. Being that this is policy, what I'm thinking beyond now. I know we currently all know each other, kind of adjust accordingly, but I'm thinking for future commissions. If this is going to be a policy, I think we have to think beyond the now. That's what I'm saying.
I don't disagree that, like shortening it is fine. I really think that when it was put together, it was, we asked it to be written pretty much and pulled out of the ether. And so there were just some time frames and, just things were placeholders for us to have a discussion about.
Commissioner Harrison?
I I don't really have a issue with the 11 days or less because, but I can only speak for me, you know, because if I plan something, I typically plan it more than 11 days or at least 11 days. But I do understand the need of looking, you know, forward. That may not always be the case for everyone. So I would think maybe 7 days would be a week would be a more reasonable accommodation when it comes to a planned event. But
Laux?
Well, when you run for office and hopefully you get elected, you get committed to times and dates. You know, 11 days maybe is too long, but in order to vote and participate, we need to do everything we can to make sure we're here. But another COVID, and we have to have another system to fall back on.
don't.
So is there a day that you feel comfortable with? I mean, a number of days outside of the 11 days? 7 has been suggested. Anything you see?
I think I agree with Commissioner Harris here in that 11 is probably too much. 5, maybe 7.
Okay.
We'll have to tweak this as we go anyhow.
I think we get as close as possible. I mean, as good as we can right now while we're in this phase, they're kind of playing the phase.
I think 5 days is a business week and 7 days is a full week, so I'm fine with either of those, because I mean, you're right, Commissioner Laux, when we get elected, we commit to a schedule, but things come up, and even though, like, you know, like, life happens and something comes up, and it might be a planned absence, like you're not waking up saying, well, I'm not, you know, like, it might not be a sickness, but it might be something that you have to, I mean, people pass away.
I was gonna say that funeral.
And so, you know, usually that's planned, you know, you have 5 or 7 days between, you know, I think that is something that we should take into account, because while we are committing to something, we are humans, and we also have lives outside of this job, and we need to be able to remotely participate from the back of the church during the funeral, if that's how we're gonna roll.
So
We hear
I mean, that's how
5,
I roll, no.
we hear 5, we hear 7. Do I hear 6?
I can go with 7. 7 would be good.
Do I hear 7? 7? 7? 7?
I'm good with 5.
I'm good with 5.
I hear 5.
5.
5 going once, 5 going.
5.
Mayor, I'm hearing like it's centering around 5 or 7, so we've got enough of a direction where we can bring you back options. You're not voting tonight, but
Yeah.
I've heard enough that it seems there's consensus for a reduction. There might be a debate between 5 and 7. That's close enough for us.
All righty.
And next, in that
Next
same, in that same section, the verbal communication or texting is not allowed. Is there something, I mean, as long as we get it to the mayor, would that be suffice, or there's another method that you guys see would benefit? Say the mayor misses his text, say he missed whatever, I mean, is there any other way that we feel comfortable enough as a board right now to get that message to the mayor?
Let me provide some context on this. So as an example, and I shared this with Commissioner Miles. So when you all place agenda items on the agenda and you have a sponsor and a co-sponsor, I do not want to put anybody in a position where I may have misunderstood what they told me and put them as a co-sponsor, as an example. And so I'm very, very adamant that if you're going to be a co-sponsor to something, I got to see that you sent me an email so I can be solid on it. So that's a little bit of the context. With the email, I think it was in the same vein that it at least keeps the mayor, and so I can relay to staff that who is or who is not going to be remote. So that's just some context. Again, it's y'all's decision, but that was some context.
Well, I feel like if it's going to be one of those 5-day situations, that, yeah, like probably an email is absolutely appropriate. I think that it's good to do, but I mean, if I'm taking my daughter to the hospital and I'm on the road and I just need to know, be able to zoom in, I mean, probably we all have our phones with us, and on our phones we can send an email, almost as easy as we can place a phone call. And if not, we could, I don't know, what?
That was just my
Mr.
community.
Laux?
If written or documentation's the thing, why not accept a text as well as an email? It's still documented and time-stamped.
Yeah, that's true.
I like that.
Everyone,
Think, like,
either or?
yeah, because we typically have some method of,
Because we normally text
Oh,
each other.
yeah,
I mean, literally, hey, I will be there
Everybody's got a
tonight.
computer.
right,
Um,
right.
So text is fine. I think we should be able to accept text notifications. We ain't got 2. The mayor has 2, so we're good.
They'll respond, though.
You have direction?
We didn't hear from Commissioner Clark. I already didn't
Oh,
hear.
I said text her, I
Okay,
agree with
all
you.
right.
I do.
In section 2.4, just a quick question. Say we have, it's supposed to be basically 3 hours, 3 hours in advance. How would that work for, like, we have a all-day retreat? I mean, you know what I'm saying, should that be something in there kind of addressing that too as well? Say something, he notifies you at 12 o'clock, we already been in a retreat from 8 already in the morning, so you're 3 hours in. Should it be something specific for that or no?
I'm
Help
sorry.
me understand
I don't
what
have the
that
document in
is.
front of me, so.
Situation is the meeting starts basically at 8 o'clock when we have retreats, start early morning. Say something starts at 12, well, 3 hours in, the 3-hour notification will put somebody notify you at 12 o'clock that they're not going to be there. They're already 3 hours into a meeting. So I was just asking how we would work that for as the retreat was, if we didn't address, I know we didn't address it specifically, but I just think it's something that we need to take a look at.
Does,
What section is it? I'm sorry.
Section 2, limited on remote participation 4.
So you're providing notice for an event that's already underway?
Correct. I'm saying the retreats, we know we start the retreats early day. So we say that, okay, now here I am this is just, there again, I'm thinking, I know now. It may be logic, but when you're creating a policy, you want that to cover every avenue, so there's no room. That sets the guidelines for future generations to come along. That is my reason for addressing it now. Nothing else.
So if,
I just don't understand exactly what you're saying.
Your
You say-
retreat,
So,
most of the time our retreats start at 8 in the morning, thereabouts. 8 or
okay,
9.
and so somebody is not there,
Correct.
and then they're saying,
Here it is, 12 o'clock, they're texting, hey, they're sending a message, I'm not gonna be there.
but I want to still be able
Correct,
to
remote
dial
partic-
in
correct,
remotely.
Correct. That's all. We address it like that.
Okay.
It's something just to take a look at, Jordan, just figure out what and if we can do, please.
Now, I don't know if this can relate, but say like at our Campo meetings, if you're not there, you can join the meeting, but you cannot participate. Something like that. If you want to join in, fine, but you won't be able to.
You're just gonna sit there and listen in?
It's just a listening thing, yeah. Commissioner Lau.
Yeah, most meetings or activities that are important normally have a roll call or a starting point. For example, when I was a high school football official, there was a roster of players that we had access to before the game started. Once the game started, the roster's set. You just can't have someone else walk out and play. Just like a meeting, if I walked in here an hour late tonight, would you still let me come up here and sit down and participate? Or would you look at me and say, Larry, you're a spectator tonight? Because this meeting has officially already started, and to honor the meeting and honor the fellow commissioners, you're kind of a spectator.
Yeah.
Or as you said in the Campo meeting, you can participate, you can't vote.
Yeah, Yeah, you can listen in and to all the information and whatever, but as far as you being in the conversation or whatever, like you say, you're a spectator at that point.
But just to be clear, like, that is not how our meetings currently function.
Yeah, we don't have that, but I'm just saying that's something to consider.
All right, so can we direct staff to come back with a couple of options then for,
Being tardy?
I'm so sorry?
For being tardy, or I'm just trying to get in clarity.
I know, I kind of am too, like, if you wanted to hop in on a Zoom after the meeting's already started, are you saying like, but you've already
started 3 hours in, here I am texting the mayor, hey, mayor, I need a remote participation. You're 4-hour retreats. Retreats are really the only one of the biggest things that we start early enough like that as a board. So something that potentially something needs to be there, or we need to take a look at it.
But I'm sorry, maybe I'm beating a dead horse, but I'm just trying to understand. Okay. So you've texted and said that you're going to, that you're not going to be available. Right. And you don't wind up joining the meeting until you're 3 hours in. Correct. But you've already said that you're going to participate remotely.
No.
No?
No.
Or you're just saying,
that you're saying, okay, I don't attend, I'm not there, and in 3 hours, I text you and say, I'm gonna join now. So I didn't let you know 3 days ahead. I just think this is getting too, I just think it's.
If you're not there at the beginning of the meeting and haven't notified anyone, then you just considered absent. And if you want to, join the meeting remotely but not be able to participate, you can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my.
oh, okay. I think I understand what Commissioner Miles is saying now. Okay, so it says, notice of the need for emergency remote participation shall be provided to the mayor as soon as practicable, but not later than noon on the day of the meeting in order to account for meeting planning and logistics. But
Right, we do, but geez.
I know, I was expecting it to be in our, in our packet, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And what he's saying is that what his scenario would only apply to like
Retreat.
a retreat that starts at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Because
Okay.
at noon, that would give them enough time for, like, even if we were to have a 5 o'clock meeting. But on day ofs, if it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
So maybe I get what you're saying.
Easy fix is to say
remove the
6
time.
hours prior to the start of the meeting,
Or
which
just
is what
remove.
12 o'clock would be, is 6 hours before a Board of Commissioner meeting. So just change it to 6 hours prior to the start of the meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's fine by me as well. I was just having a tough time wrapping my head around, like,
My bad, I got you. Okay.
the meeting has started, but I understand now. Did I, by reading that, did that?
Yes.
Okay,
Include it out.
cool.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter.
Do we have direction?
I think so. We're going to find out.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
You got it, thank you.
Was that,
Yes, that's good.
okay.
that was it?
No, the last one's
Okay,
7.
one more.
7 is which was already answered, is trying to understand the $15,000. I wanted to discuss that.
Oh, yeah.
$15,000. We see it's not going to be that. I think this is the total, correct?
Yeah, so so I put in your, attached to your staff report, a budget adjustment of 15,000. And the 15,000 represented this 9,000 plus contingency, especially given inflation as we're seeing it, especially not wanting to come back to you, and also especially given that with this type of work, you can see a lot of fluctuation. So the range we've been given from Sound Advice, who is the contractor who set up this room and continues to maintain it, is if you want video content, then it's that 9,000 invoice. If you just want audio content, it's the 5,300. Did I get that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
So I personally feel like if we're going to do this, we need to think a couple of years down the road, and we're going to want to have the video capability. So I would rather spend the $9,000 now than have to go back in 2 or 3 years, and it's $27,300.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Mayor, we have direction.
Any questions, comments concerning the invoice? Commissioner Miles?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm glad we all understand.
Governing Board Procedure Manual, Travel and Training.
Yeah, this is just, we were picking up commentary. So right now, for everyone to know, each commissioner and the mayor have a budget for travel and training. And we have not prescribed, you have not prescribed in a procedure as far as when you can spend that, how you can spend that. You all have had some commentary, as some ad lib comments during meetings. Some of you have talked to me directly about it, about should there be some criteria associated with that. So some examples have been, if you go to a conference, there is a limitation on who can go, how many can go, maybe all can go for particular types of conferences. If you go to a conference and you're the only one, you have a responsibility to report out. So those are just examples. We're really here to see if you all want this developed into some kind of procedures manual. So we're open so we can hear some feedback and maybe craft something for you, or not even worry about it. So we're all ears at this point.
Commissioner Laux?
Not to put the burden on one guy, but we could say the mayor makes the call based upon who's involved, who's interested, and we can talk about it, but that way the burden's on you.
Commissioner Harrison?
Ditto. No, I'm just, no, I was gonna say that I was of the impression that we each had like a budgeted amount for our conferences, and so we just went until our money was out, each individual person, but.
That's kind of how I understood it,
That's what I
but then
thought,
when
yeah.
we started talking about like NLC and it being a little, yeah, it being more expensive, and there's like potentially more significant travel costs and whatnot, that we might want to like designate someone or 2 people or whatever to attend the conference. But I agree with you. I mean, like, we have the budget for each commissioner to like use for the travel and training.
Yeah, and then I think that also gives us the opportunity to, if we run out of our allocated amount, like if there's a conference that we really want to go to, are we willing to upfront our own costs to go?
I'll loan you some of mine. If you run out of money, then you can get my money so you can
Well,
go.
I mean, like, that's fair as well. Like,
Right.
if a commissioner is not going to go to an event or whatever, but say I wanted to attend something for Wimmage, and it was $250 over my max, and Commissioner Miles hadn't spent some of his.
Yeah.
You know, the budget was for, you know, that was a total pot of money that we've distributed up, but we could
Absolutely.
potentially redistribute it if
Yeah.
somebody else
Yeah, definitely.
was willing
And
to do that. I think that that's okay.
Yeah.
I do too.
I think one of the questions was, you know, as far as travel, it may be cheaper to fly than to drive to certain places. So do we want to address that, or just whatever you decide you want to do and spend all your money on?
I personally think that best practice, you know, I mean, if it's, well, I say that, but it could be cheaper to fly than to drive, but then you could have someone that won't fly.
Yeah, John Madden never flew.
Right.
He drove.
So I think it's just
But
a matter of
if an NLC conference is in, let's just say, Sacramento, California, Like, but I mean, like, you know, like, are we, I guess that would come down to how much of your travel budget, you know, like, do you feel passionate enough to go to that particular conference to maybe have that be the only thing that you attend?
Right. I think that's fair.
So are we creating a procedure manual or we're not?
I don't necessarily think that we need to create anything as long as we kind of,
It's-
have an understanding that we're
Yeah.
all kind of like
You're using
in
your
agreement.
pot. You're
Because it
using-
could change down the road and we decide that, no, we do need
Yeah.
something
You-
actually written down.
You're using your pot of money for that's allocated, and so once it's gone, it's gone.
Or you can ask the mayor to use some of his
You
pot.
could ask the mayor to loan you some of his money, his travel money, but just as long as we're clear.
I think we're clear.
We're clear?
I believe so. I feel good
Do
about
you
it.
have what you need?
I'm here in no direction, so that's good. You're not interested in hearing a procedure brought back to you.
Okay.
That you're gonna manage your own budgets.
Okay. Governing board meeting schedule?
Yeah, Mayor, you had brought up that there might be a conflict with your mini retreat, and so if there is a conflict there, then you all need to adopt a different starting time. I'll share with you that we as a staff, we're good if you want to push the start time till 1 o'clock. Between 1 and 5, we can, I think, get through the topics that we've got and not put you behind schedule on anything.
And this is referring to the
Homes for Heroes.
Now,
I will be attending that.
I gotta admit, folks, when I first saw that and responded to it, I was under the impression that this house was in Zebulon.
Didn't it say it was you?
It's got a Zebulon address,
It is about 10.
but it is not in Zebulon. It's in Franklin County. I went out there.
I just saw Zebulon.
It's got a Zebulon address.
It does.
Yes, but it is not in Zebulon. But I already committed and told them I was coming because they invited me, and I shared it with other members of the board. And I think Commissioner Baxter said she definitely wanted to be there.
I am, because there's a connection to one of the clubs that I participate in.
Okay.
With the recipient of the home, so.
But I just wanted to make everybody clear that the house is not in Zebulon. It has a Zebulon mailing address, but it is in Franklin County.
It's a veteran with a Zebulon address. I will be there.
Okay, so
I want to be there too.
that would mean we need to start the retreat later.
We will need a motion on that.
Is there a motion
I make-
to start the retreat on the, what date?
28.
28th
At 1?
at 1 p.m.?
I
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to start our mini retreat on September 28th at 1 o'clock p.m.
I second that.
We have a motion and second, Commissioner Miles. Any discussion, comments? All in favor? Motion passes.
I will not be going because it gives
Motion to
me a chance
adjourn?
to work.
Wow. 9:20. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Meeting adjourned.